already been,
Yeah, it's preparing. Are you okay if it starts early?
I have to.
Yeah, I'll just mute
I went up,
and
got my
Okay.
teeth done yesterday.
leave the
I
agenda.
had to put the top down today. And it's a
Okay,
two-man
so
top,
it is.
takes two people.
So, but if you stay host, I worry that, you can't leave.
I think I can. Let's try. I'm gonna try to make you the host again and see what happens. And then if it kicks me out, then I can
Oh, yeah, I play.
let's see let's make sure we're streaming and all of that, and then I can.
They're in the air too, yeah, I played a lot of the channels. I haven't been here playing since.
It says live on YouTube right now.
Good. Is Main Street. And Raven still here? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, it's
Wow, good. Okay, interesting, diversion. I'm really playing. Yes. I'm here. I'm here. 50 off. What's the other one? I guess supposedly I can be a representative of the gaming museum. Yeah. As you are too. I would.
Okay, I'm gonna try to make you the host now.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay, we'll see you a little later. Okay.
No, I can't make you the host. I can only pin and rename. How do I do that?
Really?
Now that I'm. Let's try this. Normally I can. I think because I'm doing the screen sharing, or because I'm doing the YouTube, I can only.
Huh.
I can't make you a.
Yes, you could, stay the host. I mean, I can still manage other people. I should be able to, like.
Oh, here, now I can make you the host. Let's try this.
Okay, maybe it's because I'm sharing my screen.
Here, now it says you're the host. And are we
Okay,
still on
yeah.
YouTube?
And it's still going.
Okay. I was just clicking on my name and I thought I was unmaking me the host, but
There you go.
yeah, you're the host. It's still on YouTube. We're good. I'll leave it on YouTube. And I'm here. So if you run into any problems, let me know and I'm gonna log off of here.
Okay.
So if you have any problems, let me know and I can log back in. Does that?
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, let's do it. And then.
Okay. Okay.
Cool. Thanks, Katie.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey, Carrie, do you want to send me the thing you were sharing and I can share it?
I think it's only gonna take a second. That's
Okay.
fine. And I already put a message up that we're gonna begin at noon, although I don't know if we are. Okay, I made you the host. Do you see that you're host?
Let me double check. Yes, I'm the host.
Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna leave here, restart my computer and then log back.
Okay, what a bummer.
Yeah, always.
Hi, Curry.
Hi, thank you.
No
All
problem.
right, so if you make me host again, I think we will be all set.
Okay.
This is perfect.
Are you good?
Yep, I am host.
Okay. I'm gonna
Alrighty.
log off. Let me know if you need anything.
All right, thanks, Katie. See you later. You don't have a name.
Sorry.
So
I know.
there.
Where's his name tag?
It wasn't in the box.
It's not in the box. Did you guys really think
was all stone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Hold on.
Yeah, so. It's less than.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's right. That's what
Sorry, Richard.
Yeah. I remember that they had one. Oh, I remember that pretty near last.
Started here, that's.
Oh, well. There's a couple who,
Right. Hey, everybody, thanks for having me today. I was bummed that I didn't get to share this with you at your last meeting. I think it's a really cool thing that we partnered up with to really think about the use of historic buildings and what they how they are underused, or how we thought maybe they were underused, so we decided to explore that question. So we're talking today about the report that we put out called What's Up Downtown? And it's a playbook it's a report and a playbook for activating upper floors in downtowns, largely focused on historic properties, but it could be other properties as well. And we used our research body was through communities that participate in the Oregon Main Street Network, because they have access to the people and the information in their communities, and we have 30 participating communities from all over the state, sizes of communities. And what we wanted to do with this project was explore something that we anecdotally just seen, but we weren't really sure if it was true. So out in our Main Street communities, we were seeing lots of buildings that had upper floors that were either completely empty or being used as storage, essentially. And we felt like, wow, there's a lot of opportunity in those empty spaces for things that make for vital downtowns. And we wanted to see if what we were sort of thinking was happening by being on the ground was actually true. And so we decided to reach out to the U of O's Institute for Policy Research and Engagement. They go by IPRE, and they do all kinds of work around the state, particularly around disaster preparedness and planning. And they also coordinate the Rare AmeriCorps programs, which puts recent graduates in smaller rural communities to help with either planning projects or Main Street projects. So we knew they were a great partner. They have also done some exploration of historic preservation. They did a really big survey of historic theaters in the state, documenting their needs and the barriers to their use. And we used that tool as part of the application we submitted to the National Park Service, which we received grant funding to do historic theater preservation work in the state of Oregon. That document was kind of the model we used to develop this project, really exploring what's the situation out there with these kinds of properties, and then what are the barriers for having them be fully active properties. We decided to do some survey with IPRE, so some general survey work, and then to use some case studies to go a little bit deeper and explore how these properties might be put to use. And then we came up with recommendations, and the recommendations are spread across kind of players who should be involved in this. So it's the property owners, the local government or local nonprofits. So in this case, that would largely be the Main Street organizations and the city government. And then the state agencies who control some of the code. So we had the building code officials served on the committee for this. We had folks from housing, ODOT, DLCD all advise on this project. DLCD is the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and they are the state planning organization. So it was pretty critical that we had them on board for this project. So we went out and did the work, and as I said, we had about 33 communities participate in the survey piece of the work, and we talked to the Main Street organizations, local government representatives, and property owners in that survey. And that survey affirmed what we were thinking. Nearly 50% of downtown upper stories in these 33 communities are not currently in use. And a portion of those are actually like ready for use right now, is about 19%. And then the other ones would take some work to get there for whatever purpose you choose to do the work. And we focused on the very more rural communities. We did include Albany, as part of it as well. Because they had some good case study examples of work that had already been done. We wanted to see some good examples of that. The needs for space that the communities are looking for, of course, housing is a big one. Surprisingly, this all was happening during and post-COVID. Office space was still a thing that people feel like there's a need for in downtowns. And community space, like places like we're in today, gathering spaces where people can have local events. And particularly in rural communities, those smaller to medium gathering spaces are pretty limited. So it's hard to, you know, gather up people for a big birthday party or something like that. So in the survey, we have the information here about who participated. And then we had several interviews with advisory group members. We had case studies in Albany, Astoria, Cottage Grove, Independence, Klamath Falls, Lebanon, Pendleton, and Woodburn. So we really tried to get some good geographic range there. And a lot of these communities are doing some really good work already. They're sort of proactively taking on this this effort, so they had some good examples for us, and some really great examples of the challenges that they face in this effort as well. We also had some focus groups at different events and with our advisory group. So here's what we found out. 50%, it was like 48 point something percent of upper story spaces are unused. A good chunk of them, the majority do require renovation. The financial barriers are really understanding the feasibility of it. Sometimes they aren't really feasible if they have a lot of work to do. But what we learned from this is a lot of folks who might have interest in doing this work don't know enough of the resources to make it financially feasible. So there could be a multitude of programs available to them that either they don't know about all the options, or it's just too daunting to try to figure them out and put them together and manage them together. And so that was a big piece of the results of this, is that our work is really to help people access that information and resources and provide that technical assistance to get them to be able to use those. Regulatory barriers did come up for folks. Historic standards were part of that. Building codes were a bigger part of that. Safety building codes and other building codes were a bigger barrier, according to the information we got them at historic standards. It was really great. We started a excellent partnership, I think, with the state building codes folks who are very interested in activating these buildings. They really want this to happen. A used building is a safer building than an unused building. And so they have some real interest in removing barriers and looking for solutions, and incorporating the historic character as well. So that was a really great result of this, but isn't the actual report that we're excited to conversations. And again, in those regulatory barriers, the lack of technical assistance to understand them, to help whoever they're working with, if they have contractors, really understand them, and see the ways to go about doing this work with those. And then community interest barriers. So there are a couple of things. One is people think it's not possible. They just think it's not possible. So in fact, I was meeting with somebody today, and people had told them all along this building is a tear down. And they're like, I think it is. And then they got in there and realized, no, it doesn't. There's a lot there, then it doesn't need to be torn down. Owner absenteeism is a really, really big deal. So they have owners that don't necessarily live in the community or even live in the community, but don't want to do anything with the building, but can write it off as it is. And that's a barrier that has long been a thing, I think, in downtowns everywhere, and something that we continue to move forward. But we do really see the domino effect. So we do see when properties get fixed up and people can see that they can be income producing, that does move some of those absentee owners. So if we can make good examples and provide these resources, we might push some of those long-time people that just leave their building there. So the other roadblock is around financing. Insurance is a thing that's coming up quite a bit now, and that ties into the financing. So looking at working closely with the financial institutions to help bridge the gap for those financial barriers and encourage those, especially the local funders, to sort of incorporate this in their community engagement practices that they have. And then this is the overview of the recommendations from this. So that was sort of the findings. And then what were pulled together by this student group and working with the communities and with the interviews is to do the following things. So having a local condition assessment of this situation is a really important starting point. And it could be folded in with other tracking of properties that the Main Street organizations do already. They're trying to understand who owns the building and what businesses are in the buildings and who those contacts are for disaster preparedness. Another project we worked on with IPRE, having an understanding of what's in those buildings and what their risks are so that they can be responsive in a disaster situation and mitigate for future damage with that. So they're already tracking a bunch of this stuff. So the just understanding locally, having the local folks really understand the situation there is a really great starting point. And I'll show you something cool we did with that as part of this project. And then develop a strategy. So what's the situation, and then do we want to take this on, and how might we prioritize buildings, or what barriers are particular in our community that we could prioritize working on? So maybe it's developing that partnership with a funder, or maybe it's looking at the local building codes. That. Then under financial barriers, improving access to funding. The Oregon Main Street Revitalization Grant was named specifically in this report as a really great resource to help bridge the gap for some of these kinds of projects, but also by encouraging those funders, the lenders, to participate with that. Also, foundations and other nonprofit funders could participate in this. Also, continuing to have the other state grant funding, like the seismic grants, housing related grants, could also play into this and play together. One of the case studies in Astoria used housing funding and the Oregon Main Street Revitalization Grant and the tax credit program. And they layered on a lot that they were able to pull off 40 units of workforce housing. So there's that. Okay. It's the Merwin building across the street from City Hall. So maintain and create the support system. So the thing that I was talking about, how people don't really understand the possibilities or how to access those possibilities. So creating some of those structures to help the folks do it, especially if they're not all the time developers. They might own properties, but they're not developers. So some tools to really help people see how to go about that. Here, and then use, again, creative complex financing, that makes it harder if it's complex, right? If you're using all those different resources, but if we develop the tools and support systems, then they can pull that off. For regulatory barriers, technical support was the big recommendation, but evaluating the current regulations, making sure the communication between the state building officials and the local building officials are clear and that they understand what is allowed and their liability in that. There are a lot of myths out there about that. So this one is very much about getting that information clear and accessible and organized. And then for community interest barriers, having those models is a really good starting point. Promoting those models, nominating those models for awards programs, so they get bigger recognition, just so people can see it can happen. Encouraging local collaboration, so that Main Street organization or local government could really make connections with lenders and other folks to like get people on board and excited about it. And then maybe develop some more regional or statewide collaboration. So that's a really relationship building and sort of showing the possibilities is what would. So we have the report, which is really great and very readable, and I'll show you a little section of it today. I use it a lot. We have a team in our office who's going through the report right now to look at areas where we can take some action on the recommendations and get those in our work plans and develop this. And then we also we have the case studies documented, so that's a usable thing. And then the team, the IPRE team, put together a how-to guide for inventorying the downtown properties and a spreadsheet that they can use. So we have links to all of that. So any community, they did a model project with City of Lebanon and their downtown association, and then using that practice, they developed the spreadsheet and the guide on how to do that. So any group of volunteers locally who go to their downtown, they can do that inventory. And then they also developed some pro forma templates to help organize and explore the funding piece of things, which is a really great tool. So this is a little bit what it looks like. We have the state, city, downtown association, and property owners as the different players, and each recommendation in the guidebook kind of points out at what level this work could happen and who those collaborating actors would be. And as each one has a deeper suggestion, their little icon pops up next to them. So there could be 1 to 4 players on any one recommended action item. And so the basic groundwork for developing the strategy includes these action items and who would participate in those. So anybody who wanted to take this on even locally or on a state level could really take this tool and be like, all right, here are the 4 things we should do to get going. And here are the players we should invite to the table, and here's how we should go about it. So in Lebanon's pilot inventory, they explored a lot of things in their condition, which is in the process and in the spreadsheet that they have. And so seismic retrofit was one of those. This is just an example of the seismic. But you can see it by the window. There are other ways to do seismic as well. But that was one of the things they talked about. They talked about use. They talked about what were the needs locally too, what was missing in their downtown, like people want to have these kinds of businesses or resources and what would fit there. and where renovations would need to occur. And they did some exploration on housing as well, and what that would look like in their community. And so these are some of the things that they included, that they would track in these categories, and those are all on this spreadsheet. And so the zoning and designations also was a useful thing to add.
So how did you define the boundaries? Downtown core?
They used the Main Street boundaries, so they were all Main Street organizations, and they all have to submit a boundary. This can apply, and it's written, it could apply to, you know, upper floor buildings anywhere, but we needed to have a way to go about it, and those people could help us access the information. So that's how we designed this, but all of the recommendations really are purple. They would provide solutions. So that's the overview. I'm happy to answer any questions about it. We have all of the information is on our website. The pro forma is on there, the report is there, there's an executive summary shorter version of the report, and the inventory guidebook and the inventory spreadsheet. So there are lots of great resources for this. As I said, our office is moving forward. But I would love to hear from the committee, first of all, any questions and thoughts on overall this project. And then if you have just any thoughts about how National Register designation could fit into this, or other ideas about sort of moving forward, getting these upper floors in use. I have to grab my pen. So this is just a chat time to like figure out what you thought about it. What does it bring up for you?
Well, it's like the Whittier, to get some of the grants, they have to be listed, but to be listed, it needs to have more original materials exposed, and so it's kind of a chicken and egg. Oh, that's all of the grants that, so that will it be one person that kind of helps in that community, it would help coordinate all the grants. If there are quite a few.
Well, the recommendation is that the local communities look for and develop the interest in tools and guidance for that. So in some Main Street organizations, they are doing that. They're actually they're helping people get the tax incentive and doing Main Street grant and the local, a lot of them have urban renewal or other local grant programs, and so they are helping them do that combination. Not all of the Main Street organizations have that capacity. In some communities, the city, especially if they have urban renewal, the urban renewal folks are helping do that. In Pendleton, that is truly the case. So it doesn't always have to be the same body. It could be that they develop a great relationship with a local lender, and that's what they put their community funding into at the local level, and they help with that. So the idea is that support needs to exist, but what that looks like can look like anything locally developing what that is.
So I can say on the preservation plan or might be a good person.
So besides the Main Street organization, and communities that have Main Street, where else are you gonna try to push and advertise this? So I think it'd be a great resource for every little small town. But getting that information out, you know, even to just the local planning departments, so that they can share it.
So we did share it with the Oregon Association of Planners, the state or the National Planner Association Oregon chapter.
Okay,
We did present there. We proposed a presentation to League of Oregon Cities Conference and they didn't accept it, but we're gonna do it again. They did, oh no, they were at the League of Oregon Cities in Pendleton. And they did a tour also in association with it. So we did it through there, and the Mayor's Association meets at the same time as that conference together. So the mayors got it as well, but we do want to keep promoting it. Because this information is still good. And we also shared it with all the legislators when they came on. The new legislators, well, all the legislators when they started after the elections, and then we shared it with the governor's office and all of those partners that were on. We did some presentation to the Department of Land Conservation and Development, their like internal meetings, so that there are people who support the city planners in the planning rules got this information. But we are happy to hear other ways to go about it too. The other ways.
Curry, I think about the many challenges that this program faces. The seismic issue, many of these buildings are not seismically upgraded, you know, on the upper floors. They're not sprinklered on the upper floors, particularly for occupancy overnight as apartments. And there's another one, many of these structures may have 3 or 4 on-street parking spots. But what about if you put apartments upstairs where people need to leave a vehicle overnight? Is there a strategy for working with cities that may have urban parking areas where they can work with a private owner in order to secure longer term parking for tenants that may be on the upper stories?
So there has been a lot of conversation about parking. There is currently a lot of conversation about parking just with all of the housing development laws that have gone into effect. And some communities are doing some really creative things. This project did not address parking, but that could be a future next step and would also impact what we talk about parking all the time with Main Street organizations. So with our Main Street network, that could also be just parking in general for them.
I'll give one example of a community that has a parking problem. It's Carlton, Oregon, which has become a boutique wine destination. There maybe are 12 or 13 wine tasting rooms and cafes there. And they have a real parking issue in the core part of town. And they have a solution, and I've tried to nudge them, but they don't seem to grasp it. They have a former railroad right-of-way for the Carlton and Coast Railroad that's 75 feet wide, that sweeps right through the downtown district and out through a residential district. That is no person's land. No one can do anything with it. And what they need to do is a clarification of ownership. I believe that the right-of-way is owned by the Reconstruction Finance Corporation from the Great Depression that took over the Carlton and Coast Railroad at its bankruptcy. And probably that right-of-way right through, it's open potential parking, but nobody dares use it, is in federal ownership. And what they need is a deed from the BLM or Department of Interior to the city of Carlton, and then they'd have a solution. Anyway, some towns, I think, have been reluctant to embrace the issue, particularly of parking, and solve it. And I think there are ways to solve it.
Thank you.
What I've found the biggest challenge with projects like this are the building codes, coming from my perspective. And retaining the historic integrity of the interior finishes if they're there. So I'm very curious as to know how your conversations went and where you're taking those potential adjustments, alternative means and methods to the building codes, because I've helped a number of people and we get stuck on that every time, and that's what kills their project. Because there's so many regulations around the connection between upstairs and downstairs.
Well, in the discussions that you have, if you go on site with the building code person, and you're the liaison or whatever, and the owner, and everyone discusses it, then you understand what the hurdles are. You understand what each other is trying to get, that a lot of people don't understand, so this is really to have that conversation.
We find our staff at the SHPO finds ourselves in between in those conversations a lot. And it's mainly just translating. And then the light bulbs go on and the inspectors are like, oh, okay, you know, we can use this code instead of that code. But it doesn't always work. And if your property is listed in the National Register, then they don't seem to think of it as a historic building.
Right.
And with Main Street, you know, this is one of our only grants that can go to a property that's not listed in the National Register. It's still historic, still of value to the community for its historic significance, but it doesn't trigger all the other things.
Listing in the National Register has often been a sort in state building code or even the regulations of the LCD to figure out when they have to have a reason to give some kind of, you know, as you well know, they have to have a reason to give some kind of exemption for a code or whatnot. They're generally unwilling to give it unless they've got some kind of reason, and they're generally unwilling to say, well, it's the economics situation because everybody wants to make money. So if you say, oh, it's going to make money if I get this exception, that's generally not a winning thing. You got to have some kind of other reason, and I don't know if that has been your experience, but it's been mine.
This local listing trigger
Usually, I haven't seen it.
in Portland, it does.
it depends on how they do it locally, and what I have heard is it really depends on the local building code official. And so in some communities, like in Astoria, for years, they did training and orientation and communication at the state level. And that building code official was actually like got it down and figure out how to do it. And then he retired and now they're starting fresh again. So I think that connection, that could be something that our office could do, is make that connection between state and local and provide more of that back.
Well, our latest version of the Oregon Structural Code basically cut the existing building code, like all of the exemptions out. So there are almost no exemptions anymore for historic buildings on this.
So that's the change then. When did that happen?
This is the 2021
21.
code, I think, is the current version. Yeah, it really just all those things I was used to always seeing in chapter 34 of existing buildings and historic exceptions, like they're all gone. Mostly.
I'll add that particular note to our conversation.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
Just getting the word out so people have those case studies, they've got references, is gonna be amazing.
This is the first time that the problem's been addressed or tackled.
Well, part of why we did this is because we couldn't find it anywhere else. That doesn't mean it hasn't been done in other ways or with other agencies. We just couldn't track down where that is.
Well, it made me think of a book about 30 years ago called The Geography of Nowhere. And it was one of the problems that was identified about the way Americans use our states. And it's interesting, just for the lag time, that not only now is.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you all so much. And please take a look, share it with other people if you would, that would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Bree.
Thanks.
Thanks, Curry. Staff, we're about 15 minutes ahead. Should we go ahead and proceed, or do we need to wait?
We should wait, sorry, we should wait, because we have a few things scheduled at certain times, so let's just
Okay, we'll wait for the agenda then.
take a brief.
Okay. So we'll be up about 14 minutes.
Can anyone hear me?
Was a perpendicular hit.
Hmm. Hello, hello.
You know, the key sometimes,
Hi, Sarah, we can hear
Oh.
you.
Oh,
We're
now.
muted. I
Okay.
messaged you on Teams, but we're muted because we're on a break until 1 and there's background conversation.
I just wanted to make sure I could hear. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation on the 15th day of June in Burns, Harney County, Oregon. Our meeting in Harney County is part of the ongoing effort of several decades of the State Historic Preservation Office and the Historic Preservation Program to reach out to the grassroots and the constituents of the state of Oregon. And so today we're in the beautiful Harney Basin, the southeastern part of the state. I want to welcome the general public and those who are attending via hybrid Zoom, as well as those who are with us today. The State Advisory Committee on Historic Preservation is a 9-member committee appointed by the governor to review documentation for all state of Oregon nominations to the National Register of Historic Places. The committee meets 3 times a year to review nominations brought forward by the State Historic Preservation Office. The committee also advises the State Historic Preservation Office on matters of program, policy, and budget. First, I think it appropriate that we introduce the members of the committee and then of staff in attendance. My name is Stephen Dow Beckham. I am the current chair and I reside in Lake Oswego, Oregon.
I'm Heidi Slaybaugh. I reside in Bend, Oregon. I'm Jacqueline Chung from the Dalles, Oregon.
Steve Mark, Fort Climath, Oregon.
Julie Osborne, Astoria, Oregon.
And do we have any attending via Zoom? We have no members attending via Zoom at this time. And on staff, we'll start with Chrissy.
Good afternoon. My name is Chrissy Curran. I'm the Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer for Oregon.
Ian Johnson, Associate Deputy State Historic Preservation Officer.
I'm Jason Allen. I'm on the staff at the State Historic Preservation Office. Robert O'Kee, the National Register Coordinator.
And for our guests who are in the room, maybe you've already filled out a input card, a testimony registration. We request that if you've not done so and you wish to speak to any of the agenda items today. I believe our next item of business is the approval of the agenda for the meeting on June 15, 16. Is there a motion to approve the circulated agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Moved by Heidi,
And I will just make sure to, on the original one that you received, included the Alger Theater nomination, and we updated you saying that was removed from it. So just to clarify. Okay.
is the updated agenda that on June 15, 16. We have a motion from Heidi. Is there a second? Second. Stephen, thank you from Steve. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the agenda as updated for June 15, 16, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved for our meeting. I believe next we have 2 sets of minutes that require approval. Both of these have been circulated prior to this meeting in writing. The first one was the hybrid meeting on October 21 of 2022. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve those
We have a
minutes.
motion to approve and a second from Julie. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes as circulated?
No.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Minutes approved. Our second set of minutes are for the meeting of February 17 in North Bend, Oregon. Is there a motion to approve? Motion. Steve is moved. Is there a second?
I'll
We
second.
have a second from Heidi. Are there amendments or corrections to the minutes from the North Bend meeting? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. All right, we have approval then of the minutes of February 17 in North Bend, Oregon. Okay, Christine, that brings us to the deputy and an update from your office about current operations.
All right, thank you, Chair Beckham. There are a couple things I wanted to update you on. There were a couple of legislative initiatives that pertain to the direct working of our office. One of them was Senate Bill 149, which would extend the special assessment program for another 6 years, I think. And that was as is, so there has been talk about tinkering with that program. But the bill simply extended it. It is due to sunset this year. That passed unanimously out of the Senate. And that was the last thing we heard. The House Bill 2079, which is a study bill for historic preservation incentives in Oregon, which included direct grants and potential tax credit. That passed unanimously out of the House over to the Senate, who and that obviously didn't go anywhere either. So right now, given we have the news that the walkout has ended, it'll be really interesting to see what happens. We'll be keeping you informed. Like everybody else, we had just a hard stop on a lot of our things that were going pretty well. So including the budget for the agency, which was also going pretty well. And in that budget, we had a couple of additional positions for the SHPO, for the Heritage Division. And hopefully we'll be able to move on those once we get the green light. Speaking of positions, some of you may remember Tracy Collis. We haven't really had a steady administrative support since Tracy left us. And we are well underway with the recruitment to solve that problem. So hopefully by the next time you meet, we will have our own dedicated admin back again. So that's really good news. Let's see. Seems like our time has been really taken up a lot lately by the consolidation of our Salem office, headquarters office onto one floor, necessitating the removal of everybody who was populating the office, so they can reconfigure the cubicles to a drop-in scenario, no offices except for drop-in. So that's been pretty disruptive. So just be patient with us. We've had some folks wondering why we're not responding in our usual timely fashion. And the reason is all our stuff is in 3 different places right now. So hopefully we'll be getting back to normal in the next month or so. Just lots of business as usual. Let me think, what else am I missing? Do you want to talk about the preservation plan?
I got the preservation plan with the
Okay.
article command.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so maybe a little bit outside of what we normally talk about, but we have our archaeological permit rule, which went through public hearings all last year. It's going to be implemented July 1. And it is basically taking a lot of the office's practices or understandings and really putting it into rule and being very specific about those processes, really cleaning up what the definition of a qualified archaeologist is under the law and taking a lot of mystery out of that process. It was prompted about 2 years ago with someone challenging that process, and we had an internal audit. And while there was no problems found with the process, the conclusion of the audit was that the transparency wasn't there. It could have been run better, more transparent, and more accountable. So getting the rule in place is a big part of that. Setting up those broad procedures and ways and definitions of ways of doing things. We developed an internal database to carry that forward and all the processes. So it is very clear and transparent going forward of July 1 of how that's going to run. We also were able to squeeze some organizational efficiency out of it. So we're not expecting permits to take as long for staff to go ahead and issue. We really kind of retooled the process and looked at what kind of information we were asking for and why. And so that's kind of an example of what we're trying to do across all units, is looking at what we're doing and how we're doing it. The move actually has offered us some advantages. We were going to be digitizing all of our stuff anyway and having to go through all of our files anyway. This just kind of forced the point. And so we're in the process of purging documents we do not need that are past retention, or finding appropriate repositories for them. Scanning materials are stored digitally in the office, and then actually out in this neck of woods in the server away from the earthquake zone. So we've at least on this side of the state. So we've got a couple of backups, and that's where we're going eventually, to have fully digital services. So this has been a great opportunity, and the larger agency is paying for the digitization. So that is kind of an extra bonus we're grabbing onto that. We currently have a temp in the office who's helping us do that for the next 3 weeks. So the move is expected to continue through the end of the year. So we'll be configuring our space and whatnot. The preservation plan goes along. It's on version 5. It's on Chrissy and Curry's desk right now to look at. We ended the public outreach in December. And I think Robert will talk a little bit about that when he talks about updating the nomination plan. It is going through several drafts right now. It's gone through an internal draft, incorporated the comments from the public and the editor we hired. We'll go out to public comment in July, and tribes will comment on that, the National Park Service, and should back up and say the plan is a requirement of the National Park Service for our federal funding. And it simply states how we're going to be spending their money for the federal programs, including the National Register program. I talked to the reviewer, and we were able to integrate a lot of what we do for heritage outreach. So for the cemetery program, Main Street, the Heritage Commission stuff, it's still a SHPO plan in that it has to focus to a certain extent on the federal programs, but the new reviewer is willing to allow us to kind of stretch out and really talk about the full breadth of what the Heritage Division does, and not just what the SHPO does. So I think that's a great opportunity, since we really do integrate those programs, which is why Curry gave you the presentation earlier today. Is how all that ties in. And then just a couple more notes on capacity. So during the COVID, because we had staff cutbacks and budget cutbacks, we really went ahead and narrowed a lot of our services to basically the essential types of things. So we cut on some of our public outreach stuff, especially on the units I managed. But we also limited a lot of our general information services to the broader public. So for instance, Joyce Sears, who's our preservation specialist, she used to just answer or do research for anybody who called her. We don't do that anymore. If you call us, it's either you'd like to be part of one of our programs, or you are, because we're having trouble just kind of keeping with that. And that's kind of the approach we've taken to all of our units. And we are experiencing the very happy problem of a lot of demand for our services, but really not really keeping up with the customer service demands, especially in compliance with the federal agencies having gigantic sacks of money to come forward. But we are adding a park specialist, an NRS3, to help review Oregon State Parks projects. Parks has $68 million to shove down a very narrow funnel of 2 years to spend on capital improvement projects. We have ODOT liaisons. We're looking for efficiencies and whatnot. We're seeking programmatic agreements with organizations, and the 2 positions Chrissy mentioned will probably give us some relief as well. So, but in short, you'll probably hear, if you're out in the communities, that we're returning phone calls a little slower, emails a little slower, maybe not showing up to meetings as frequently as we would, and that's probably the long-term outlook at this point. So we are, under the new plan, going to be really sharpening and focusing going forward. And we'll be talking more probably about that in a future meeting.
And I just will finish with a couple more sort of agenda items. Our agenda, the National Conference of State Historic Preservation Officers. I'm on the board of, I've been on the board of that organization for several years. Oregon and Washington, DAP, the Department of Archaeology and Historic Preservation, and Oregon SHPO are co-hosting the Nick SHPO Summer Board Meeting at Vancouver Barracks and with a trip out to Astoria, and I think I have corralled our chair into helping out with that. So that's a pretty big deal. We haven't hosted in a long time. We meet 3 times a year. All over the country at different SHPO headquarters. So this will be a good opportunity to show SHPOs from all over the country what we're up to out here. There is going to be a virtual Western SHPO meeting at the end of June. We like to do that every couple of years. And then we are going on a division retreat. The whole Heritage Division will take a couple days in August, and we haven't done that since before the pandemic. And it's sort of a strategic planning and prioritization exercise that we do over the course of a day and a half. So we're really all looking forward to being together for that. That's all I have. Are there any questions? Oh, I should mention that now. This is a good opportunity. As you know, we have 2 or 3 vacancies on this committee, and the folks who are serving until relieved, and also some folks who are interested in joining. And with the government, with the governor transition and the administration transition, that process has been a little bit clunky. So
Yes.
and so we have a clear path forward now, and there is a difference between the Senate appointments and the non-Senate. You're a non-Senate appointment, so you are governor appointed but not Senate appointed, so that actually is a little bit easier to get through, and they have a clear path that has finally been made clear to me. So hopefully the situation is going to change in the next few months pretty rapidly. Are there any questions about that? I know some of you have been wondering.
Okay. Any other staff comments? All right. If you want to speak on the 7th item of the agenda on Sumter Valley Railroad today, we need oh, I've got yours. Okay, great.
I do have one more thing. I just want to say a couple of words. As I mentioned, Tracy Collis was our last dedicated admin person for this committee and for the division. I want to thank Robert. He has been taking on all that additional work. And I want to thank Terry and Jason, and of course, Ian and Chris Havel, who is our OPRD communications director, for really stepping up and handling that work. We don't have spare time at our shop, and folks are really helping in addition to their full-time jobs. So I just want to thank my staff. It's what makes us different, I think, from a lot of the other divisions. We really help each other out. So
Thank you, staff. We know this has been an interesting time of transition with COVID, as well as the changing in your office setup and staffing issues. So that's a good update for us. Okay, Robert, now, is there a place where I can advance the images? Is there a remote?
I think we left that with our projector, so no, we do not have one.
We don't have that capability.
But I can set my computer here and you can just poke it with your finger.
If I come over there?
Yeah.
That would be fine. And I'm actually happy that we're a little bit ahead of schedule, because I was concerned that I couldn't squeeze this presentation into the amount of time that we have. As I think most of you know, this is probably my last meeting. I was actually termed out maybe 2 years ago, but because of the appointment situation, I've lingered as on the committee. And I think this is an opportunity for us to take a look at a bit autobiographical. I'm sorry to say, but that's the experience, a 50-year view on historic preservation in Oregon. Okay. Way back in 1972, shortly after the passage of the National Historic Preservation Act and the Coastal Management Act, both federal legislation, the state of Oregon created the Oregon Coastal Conservation and Development Commission, OCCDC. And this agency was going to plan the shoreline, estuaries, wetlands, recreation, economic development, and so on. And very quickly, OCCDC realized that it didn't have any inventory of resources. The director, James Ross, contacted me and said, could you put together an initial inventory of historical features in the coastal zone of Oregon? So in 1972, this became my first consultant study. I did 75 sites for $75. And there was no form. So I developed my own form with the name of the site, the location, the classification and significance, the literature, and some other comments. And this is the form I did for the U.S. Army's Fort Umpqua, which was a fascinating site in the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area. It's today a rather fantastic archaeological site. The photographs I found at Eastman Kodak Museum in Rochester, New York, taken there in 1857. The plaque of the fort I found at the Huntington Library in San Marino, California, from the Fort Dallas papers of all things, when the buildings were sold off during the Civil War, and then post was abandoned. So this was my first foray into historic preservation labors. 2 years later, the OCCDC engaged me with a real project with some real dollars behind it and a travel budget. And I did an initial historical and archaeological resources inventory. And by then we had from the State Historic Preservation Office a standard form to fill out, circle different classifications and subjects. Now, I included archaeological sites because in that period, the inventory that was kept by the Museum of Natural History at the University of Oregon wasn't open to anybody. Dave Cole, who was the guardian of that resource, just even not like public officials, no one could get access to archaeological data. So OCCDC said, come on, Becky, you know where some of these sites are. We've got to plan for them, and we can't plan for them if we don't know that they exist. The descriptions of the archaeological sites were not too specific. They were not inviting excavation, but they were a beginning of a different kind of inventory. In 1975, Congress, well, in December of 74, Congress created the Cascade Head National Scenic Research Area, which was a 10,000-acre unit of dramatic coastline between Lincoln City and Mesquite in the Siuslaw National Forest. And I was hired that summer under a research contract by the Siuslaw to do a comprehensive inventory of historical and archaeological sites and historic buildings, and to interview oral informants. So I spent a delightful summer on the coast of Oregon, living at Cascade Head Ranch and walking my legs off and rowing the estuary and exploring some gorgeous coast country. So here I am, just a little bit younger in the summer of 75. And my sidekick is Richard Ross, archaeologist from Oregon State University, who preceded Dave Connor as the senior member in that department, along with Wilbur Davis at Oregon State. Dick came over and spent a week with me on the archaeological site write-ups, because we'd encountered 3 Native American cemeteries and quite a number of middens or occupation sites, as well as one Spirit Quest site within the project area. And as part of, here's some of the buildings that we found. They look pretty beat up, and then some of them were. They ranged all the way from Pixie Land, the amusement park at Otis, to Homesteader Cabins, to the store at Three Rocks, which was a failed beach resort from the Great Depression. One of the features that was rather poignant was the Burton Pioneer Cemetery on Three Rocks Road. And if you notice the death dates of the 5 children, they're all in October of 1878. They caught whooping cough, and one by one they died. And Richmond Burton, the father, was at work in a agricultural harvest in the Willamette Valley. His wife was at home burying the children in the little cemetery. There were 3 children that survived, and one of them was an oral informant for me at age 88. And she was just a terrific source of information. Also, I had a student who joined me that summer, Reg Pullen, who spent nearly 30 years as archaeologist intermittently with the Coos Bay District Bureau of Land Management after he earned his master's degree with Dick Ross at Oregon State. Here we are at Taggart's Cape, also right adjacent to something called Hart's Cove. This is a magical place on the Oregon Coast Trail, deep in the scenic research area, accessible only by foot. And that summer I interviewed Charles Hart, age 96, 2 years before his death. And he lived at this cape after it was homesteaded by the Taggarts in 1885. And he was a school teacher at Otis, and he walked over the headland and down to the school to teach during the week. And then each Friday night after school, he walked over the cape back to this meadow where he raised potatoes to sell to the tourists at Nestwood. I said to Mr. Hart, I understand, Mr. Hart, that you're a bachelor. He said, oh, yes, young man. But I had a girlfriend once, and she lived in Rose Lodge. And I made a poem up for her. Would you like to hear it? And I said, yes, Mr. Hart. Well, it goes like this. Oh, hell, oh, hell. Oh, Helen, be mine. Oh, damn, you damsel divine. They ever married. During the course of the survey, I hiked the coast of north Nestwood, which was planted by the great grandfather of Elizabeth Walton Potter. The Walton family's been intimately involved in the development of Nestwood for the last 110 years. And I came upon the 3 pioneer cottages. The Steiner Cottage, 1911, the Fry Cottage, 1912, and the Aberson Rogers Cottage, 1913. And this is our beach home. I fell in love with it, and my wife and I were eventually able to buy it from the heirs of the Jarman family in Salem. They'd owned it since 1926. We bought it in 2004, and it's been my greatest cultural resource discovery of the summer of 1975. So out of that came in a comprehensive report, a narrative report supplemented with photographs and the archaeological and historic site inventory. So there's the mouth of the river, the Fraser Ranch, and Cascade Head in the 1920s. Historic preservation had its origins in Oregon in 1909 with the McLaughlin Memorial Association, whose primary purpose was to rescue John McLaughlin's house on the old First Terrace in downtown Oregon City, right near the eastern base of Willamette Falls, and put it on rollers and with a horse team, move it to the second terrace where it stands today as an adjunct site of the National Park Service for Vancouver. To my knowledge, this is Oregon's first historic preservation project, and it succeeded. And the heirs to McLaughlin eventually gave many of the original furnishings, including Chinese Chippendale furniture and silver and china from England, to the Memorial Association, where it is part of the material culture interpretation at McLaughlin House today. Another driving force in historic preservation was the Oregon Historical Society. Among its early projects was the acquisition of a round barn at Diamond and in the Harney Basin. I think today a state park property.
Yep.
The Fort Dallas Surgeons Quarters, a marvelous Gothic revival building designed by essentially the sketchbook of Andrew Jackson Downing, but modified by Army architect. Wonderful building in the Dalles. And then more recently, within the last 50 years, the Historical Society acquired the Livy Hall House on Sabi Island. And restored not only the house, but planted a marvelous pioneer orchard with grafted stock from plums and apples from all over the state of Oregon that is located behind this structure. Unfortunately, this closed,
That's owned by Metro now.
owned by Metro, Oregon Historical Society disposed of its historic properties I think wisely to focus its mission. But these are some of those early efforts. Some of them were also personal. And one of them was my childhood friend from Coos Bay, Oregon, Ruth McBride Powers, whose father-in-law founded Powers, Oregon, and was a major domo in Smith Powers Logging Company 120 years ago on the southwestern coast of Oregon. Ruth was an avid member of the DAR, and I mean avid, tea and wood china cups and silver hair and so on. And she collected houses. The Ainsworth House, the Ermitinger House, the Wagner Log Cabin, the Oswego, Oregon Outlaws Lodge, the Morton McCarver House, and she restored them. And she did a Rose Lodge, a Rose Farm over in Oregon City. She did a pretty good job of it, and she was a self-financing historic preservation program. There we go. That's the one that's behind the little screen there is Rose Farm. It's where Joseph Lane announced his presence as territorial governor of Oregon in 1849. So some rather special properties saved because of Bruce's labor. Another driving team was Dr. Burt Brown Barker and his daughter Barbara Barker Strauss, who was first married to Herman. John Herman, owner of Danner Shoes in Portland, is the grandson. Dr. Barker and his daughter did Aurora, including the octagonal building behind the old hotel, the store, the Krause House, Steinbach Cabin, and the Herbert Hoover home in Newburgh. Herbert Hoover and Burt Barker were childhood friends and school classmates. Dr. Barker also gave the statue of the Pioneer Mother, now vanished from its pedestal on the campus of the University of Oregon. A really stunning artwork by A. Prime Minister Proctor for the University of Oregon campus. Dr. Barker was vice president of the University of Oregon for $1 a year from 1926 to 1966. He was a wealthy lawyer who grew up in Oregon, made his wealth in the East, and then retired in his 50s and served the citizens of Oregon for the next 40-some years. Another early preservation effort was at Shore Acres State Park. This is the Louis Jerome Simpson estate on the south coast of Oregon that is today 3 state parks: Sunset Bay, Shore Acres, and Cape Arabelle. The Simpson family owned sawmills, 8 sawmills between Crescent City and Puget Sound. They had shipyards in North Bend, Oregon, where they built more than 50 steam tugs and sailing ships to haul their lumber. And their biggest mansion burned after a kegger on the 4th of July in 1922. That's the mansion. It had a 75-foot long ballroom and indoor swimming pool on the main floor, and all those guest suites up on the upper level. And it has fabulous gardens, including the oldest Japanese garden in Oregon. That was established in 1906 to 1908. The Life published in 1972, The Simpsons of Shore Acres. Dave Talbot State Parks got interested in restoring the grounds, and This is Dave Talbot, former director of state parks, and Professor Beckham and Jack Ripper eventually. He was delayed by the opening of the bridge at Charleston during the dedicatory remarks at the redo of Shore Acres, which is today a very popular venue. They have a festival of lights there in December, summer music festivals in the grounds, and these beautiful gardens along the cliffs overlooking the ocean. You may have seen those exploding wave pictures. Those are taken mostly at Shore Acres. Spectacular surf there. Well, that same year, 1975, the city of Coos Bay condemned this building. This is the press building of the Marshfield Sun newspaper that was published from 1892 to 1944. And they alleged that it was a hazard. Well, it stood 90 feet from any other structure. It had no electricity. It had no plumbing. It had no health hazard, and it was boarded up since the owner died in 1944. It never had a break yet. And inside was a complete 19th century printing establishment. Dozens of drawers of type and presses and job presses and paper cutters and perforators and long runs of the newspaper. It was a weekly newspaper founded by the People's Party, the Populist Party in 1892. In the building were all these different examples of job press items, handbills, posters, stray notices, wanted notices, and so on. So there were all the collections of job press materials as well. When Jesse Luce died in 1944, his son and daughter simply closed the building and waited. And they were waiting for their grandmother. Their grandmother lived to be 102. And so they did not settle their father's estate because their grandmother was still living. You know, there were the complications of the ranch and other properties. So they became accustomed to just ending the building, tarring the roof, and letting it sit until the city of Coos Bay condemned it in 1975. They gave Mr. Luce a 30-day notice to get everything he wanted out of the building. They were going to bulldoze it. Well, the city had used federal dollars to destroy this building the year before for a parking lot on North Broadway. And they destroyed the last cast iron facade building in downtown Coos Bay. It was originally a bank that became the El Dorado Tavern. Here you can see the Ironworks logo. The iron facade was made in San Francisco and shipped up to Coos Bay. A perfectly good building that was torn down by city government for a parking lot. This got me pretty upset. I was a local kid. My dad served for a decade on city council, and we soon had 200 people attend the city council meeting to demand that the city reverse the condemnation of the Marshfield Sun building. And finally, it did so. Mayor Holbert denounced me as an outside agitator. Okay, but the poetry behind this is that the city bought the Marshfield Sun building from the Luce family. They gave the adjacent property for a little park. It is now for the last 50 years, it's been a press building. It's run by the Marshfield Sun Printing Association, a nonprofit. It is right on Highway 101 and directly across from the big Coos Maritime Museum, right on the waterfront. So they are within 200 feet of one another. And you literally can step in time when you visit the Marshfield Sun building. So victory number one, that was my first national minister nomination, was that building. So this was the inventory in Salem in 1976. These are the cards, and you can see there was no photograph, there was seldom no address. Sometimes there was a date, there was no physical description. So in 1976, Paul Hartwig and Elizabeth Potter asked me if I would take time off from teaching and go on the road. And so I drove 22,000 miles in 1976 and worked in every county in Oregon to try to develop just a general database of historical inventory sheets. And it was really a wonderful journey. Down at the mouth of the Sixes River, for example, I visited the Hughes house. Well, I knew Mary Hughes. She was the great granddaughter of the Irish couple that built this mansion. Their carpenter was Perry Ohan Lindbergh, whose home stands in, now in the National Register, stands in Port Orford. And eventually this became a state park. But these, were private properties. Seneba Lindbergh lived in the Lindbergh house in Port Orford in 1976 when I inventoried it. In Klamath County, this is the wonderful armory with its exterior decoration. The Balsiger Foreign Agency, now raised, but it was a wonderful Egyptian revival building with phoenix bird and papyrus decorations on the outside and all this Egyptian decor, and the John Collier House, a really kind of a crazy Queen Anne structure on Wind River. In Lake County, the marble stone corral built by Chinese laborers who hand stacked this canal for the corral for the Wilson family, and Shirt Branch down in Guano Valley. Boy, is that far into Oregon, in Guano Valley. The dual post, the long barn, which was a duplicate of the one at French Glen. It was Peter French's long barn, and the house that still stands. This is in the Sheldon Wildlife Refuge. I occasionally ventured on to federal land. And then there were just nice footnotes to history. I told on Charlie Crump, who lived in Adel. And Adel is right next to Crump Lake. And I said, Charlie, can you pop the geyser for me? And he said, sure, I can. So we went to the geyser. He had a baling wire and a tin can that was filled with rocks, and he lowered it down into the geyser, and he fastened it to the bumper of his car or his truck, and then he snowboarded it, and he went like that, and this handful of rocks came hurtling up out of this hot water, and the geyser popped 200 feet in the air for 5 minutes. The only on-demand geyser. It's a geological feature, but I had an open mind when I was on the road. I really enjoyed my sessions with Charlie. I was actually interviewing him for information on historical sites in South Warner Valley. And I visited lots of these. I did maybe 20 homestead log cabins in Lake County. And sometimes with misfortune, the front end of my pickup truck is against a big boulder. And the back end, every time the wheels would spin, was going deeper in the ground. I was 5 miles from nowhere at Abert Lake, but fortunately I had these big planks that I threw in the back of my pickup. So I jacked it up and dug and put the planks on it. And eventually I extricated myself from death in the desert. And the wild horses were there. I just loved my time. I was up in the quiet. Here came a whole herd of wild horses right by the north end of Abert Lake. Over in Baker, Umatilla, Wallowa counties, I saw some wonderful places. The unrestored Geyser Grand Hotel in Baker City, Eggleston Barn in Wallowa County, and the marvelous Carnegie Library in Hamilton. A Spanish colonial revival building with the big iron gates and all. I just saw gem resources as I traveled through Oregon. In Clatsop County, the Lindgren, Finishu, Timbered House at Colby Lake, Flavel House, number 3, the Harry and Mary Louise's home, story, a marvel story by Trilling in the New Yorker magazine about the Flavels of Astoria, and the Benjamin Young house. I used to go here with my grandparents as a child. Benjamin Youngquist, or Benjamin Young, was from Lomma, Sweden, and he was the next door neighbor to my great grandparents in Sweden. So my grandparents would go there to visit when we were in Astoria. And this building has a carriage house behind with a golden salmon weather vane on it. Ben Young made a fortune in salmon canning in Astoria. This is in East Astoria. I think it's called, not Fintown, it's the Swedish part of Astoria, right near the Gustavus Holmes house. And poignant places like in Celeste. This is the Indian Shaker Church, which was derivative from the Indian Shake cults, the Shaker religion. which is a mix of traditional shamanism and Christianity. And the belfry had a bell in it and would be rung during the services, and the Native people danced and went round and round. They did a lot of healing ceremonies there. It was in disrepair. And this is the impact of termination. The Celeste tribes were terminated by federal law in 1956. This is the condition of the hospital in 1976, 20 years later. The windows were broken, the lines were going through it. It was a poignant reminder of the severing of all services to tribes. The next year, Celeste was restored by congressional action. And in Jefferson County, this marvelous homestead cabin with the stone fireplace, stacked stone chimney. This is on a ranch in Jefferson County, and the big 16-sided barn at Hickory Creek Ranch with its massive log framing in the interior. Also had a chance to work in Douglas County. The Jewett family was involved with Captain Simpson in operating the sawmill and store. This is the Jewett bungalow on the waterfront in Gardner, Oregon, and it has true hand-painted fresco ceilings. These beautiful hand-painted rose designs in the ceilings in the dining room. The Jewett family eventually, Narcissa Jewett married Washburn, and the Jewett Washburn House in Eugene and Carl Washburn State Park is part of their benevolence to the state of Oregon. And then some then and nows. I love this. This is Captain Josiah Leeds' home in Gardner, 1884, 1976. The John Rast House in Roseburg, 1884, 2014 or thereabouts. It's really fun when you're doing inventory to do the then and now. This is the Beverly House on Knox Butte near Albany, and the Porter House. I've got one of those slides backwards at Shed, Oregon. But to look at them in 1878 and then the way they are today. Next issue in historic preservation happened in a planning confrontation in the city of Jacksonville in 1977-78. Jacksonville had a very interesting ramshackle but open historic landscape because each property owner had an outhouse and a barn and open space surrounding either their commercial property or their residence. And it developed, as you know, as a mining town in the 1850s with its really grand old courthouse that became the museum for the Southern Oregon Historical Society. The issues were a new highway that the state planned to go through Jacksonville and bypass Medford. This was before the construction of the current part of I-5. So they proposed raising 13 historic buildings, destroying the historic landscape. What was happening is that people were building lot line to lot line with commercial development for tourists. And so Robertson Collins, who was another real force in historic preservation in Oregon, brought in 1,000 Friends of Oregon with an attorney and a witness, and we took on the city of Jacksonville and Oregon Department of Transportation. Glenn Jackson from Jackson County, Glenn Jackson, great just named for him, he was chair of ODOT, and we eventually prevailed. Robbie was able to block the highway, and the city began to take cognizance of the importance of open space and the historical landscape of Jacksonville. There were also in the 70s and 80s some theaters in real jeopardy. One of them was the Egyptian in Coos Bay with its magnificent original Wurlitzer pipe organ, and the Newmarket Theater in Portland, down on Southwest Ankeny. Newmarket Theater was being used as a parking garage in that era. So there were those needs, and there were places like Thompson Mill. This is Oregon State Parks property, one of the oldest grist mills in Oregon, or the Butte Creek Mill down in Jackson County. Other properties in jeopardy were the stage houses. This is the Ruffle Stage House at Adams on the Umatilla River. It's a marvelous two-story hewn log building out of Bingham Hot Springs. I don't think it's ever been inventoried or considered for the National Register. It is near Athena, Oregon. The Rock Point Stagehouse, that's the condition in 1976. Today it's restored on a vineyard. And now the restored Wolf Creek Tavern, which was in very derelict condition in Wolf Creek, Oregon. These old stagehouses from the 19th century. So in 1977, a carload of us from Portland drove to Jacksonville, and Robbie Collins arranged for us to meet upstairs in the US Hotel, and we formed the Historic Preservation League of Oregon. With annual meetings, a quarterly newsletter that was often edited at my campus office at Lewis and Clark. We began to work with the State Historic Preservation Office, with the National Trust, what is now Restore Oregon, began accepting conservation easements on historic properties, and we developed a network for preservation efforts in the state of Oregon. It was a real grassroots, do-it-yourself type effort. And aware of the federal tax incentive in 1976, George McMath, Lou MacArthur, and myself drove to Salem, and we testified very bravely before a legislative committee, and were able to get the first passage in 1978 of the Oregon tax incentive to freeze the taxes on National Register properties for 15 years. To me, this is one of the most significant pieces of legislation the state has had. And the assumption was this tax savings will, of course, be plowed into historic building restoration and stabilization. And for the most part, I think it has worked and served Oregon well. So I was first nominated to this committee by Governor Straub. Here I am being sworn in for a second term by Governor Mattia with my friend Ruth McBride Powers and George McMath. And they are as vivid and as alive today in my mind as they were 50 years ago. We're really a wonderful organization, and that fellowship came through this particular committee. And as you can tell, I enjoyed it immensely. I was also serving from 1978 on to 84 on the Board of Advisors for the National Trust in Washington, D.C. And I did special projects for the National Trust. And one of them was to research and write a position paper on Serpent Mound in Adams County, Ohio, which was threatened by a dam and a subdivision that would have eroded the cliff underneath the Great Serpent Mound. This is from the Adena cultures of 1,000 years before the present in the Upper Ohio Valley. The National Trust would draw upon people in different parts of the country, and this was one of my assignments that I much enjoyed. We were also able to hire Dr. Rick Miner in 1979 to do an archaeological field school at the Stockerville Farm at Aurora. And the young man with the beard mixing the mortar is Michael Burns, who owns the Restoration Hardware of Oregon. His big warehouse is in Aurora.
Yeah.
Right. Mike and Katie were students of mine at Wilson Park College. And Mike went from archaeology into a lot of the preservation, building reconstruction, conservation of building parts. The federal agencies were slow in waking up to their responsibilities on cultural resource preservation. In 1980, however, the U.S. Forest Service Regional Office asked me to do a manual for their cultural resource techs in Region 6 here in the Pacific Northwest. So I researched and they published, you may have something there, identifying historical resources in the Pacific Northwest. And I took a lot of photographs. This is at the Bly Ranger Station on the Fremont or Wainema National Forest. It's right between the Fremont and the Wainema. So in this manual, Chrissy, does this start to look familiar? I've looked at these pictures on my students for generations. How do you read the door? You know, is it a 6-panel door? Is it a 4-panel door? Is it a pair of doors? What are the law features? You know, they have random cut, sawed ends, battered ends, roof types, you know, bell cast cone tile, bell cast imbricated shingle, a mansard, and exterior materials like imbricated shingles, shakes, rock, clobbered siding. This was to give a vocabulary and how to do it manual to the resource techs working for the Forest Service. And a number of these are Forest Service buildings. This is how to do window types. In 1978, I started doing linear resources in Oregon. And so 3 times I walked 44 miles from Wapanesha to Welch's or Ty Valley to Zigzag over to Barlow Road. That's the last major segment of the Oregon Trail. And I flagged it for the National Park Service people. And then we entered it in GPS and did a National Register nomination of this segment of the Old Oregon Trail across the Mount Hood National Forest. And I became skilled in rut detection. And here I am in one of the ruts on the Barlow Road. And some of these were really deeply cut. I mean, 4 or 5 feet deep where the wagons were crossing. This is on Still Creek up at Summit Meadows. This is Summit Meadows. This is one of the grave sites. Perry Vickers, the sometime goalkeeper on the Barlow Road, is also buried there. Beautiful location. You can almost see Timberline Lodge when you stand in the meadow on the Oregon Trail and look up to Mount Hood. And this is the great chute on Laurel Hill. And in '78, when I was there, you could still see the road burned trees where immigrants lowered their wagons down the chutes on Laurel Hill. The elephant of the mountains, as they refer to it in their Oregon Trail narratives. I found quite a lot of archaeological information: harmonicas, silverware, stove parts, porcelain, and I left it all right where I found it. I suppose it's probably been surface collected since. My assignment was to inventory and photograph and write it up, and I did that. And the end of the route when it reached the Willamette Valley was Foster Farm and Eagle Creek. There's a lot of great living history programs here. My 4th grade grandson was there last week, and he had a great afternoon at Foster Farm. They made candles. They looked for a penny in a haystack. They did gunny bag races, and I guess stuff that plainer kids were supposed to do. So enjoyed it. Part of the outcome of that study was a 2-sided 8-fold map brochure on the historic Oregon Trail, the Barlow Road. And my next door neighbor, Ron, did the artwork, and I think we came up with a really nice publication for the Forest Service. Closely related to this was joining the board of the End of the Oregon Trail Center, the OTC, in Oregon City. My most recent work there was 2 years on doing their new movie, Oregon Indians, which is the story of the people at the end of the Oregon Trail before the pioneers arrived. The Confederated tribes ran wrong or front and center in that. The movie is open with Cheryl Kennedy, the chair, and she closes the film telling the visitors in 35 minutes about the presence of Native Americans and what happened to them after the Oregon Trail pioneers arrived. So linear resources. I wrote all the interpretation from Fandango Pass on the Nevada border to Rick Real on the Applegate Trail, the Barlow Road. I walked 144 miles over the Oregon Central Military Wagon Road and got terrible poison oak. I did special studies on the Goose Bay Wagon Road with staff from the SHPO. We did 3 segments of the Oregon Trail. Ian was on one of those adventures. And then the other linear project was the Rails Trails interpretation on Common Falls. We did about 12 miles of road and bicycle path, and jumped into the fray. And they first worked with Dave Corliss, archaeologists from BOM. They tried to engage the Rogue River National Forest, where most of these sites were located. they tried to work with the SHPO.
Before our time.
I don't. They got a bureaucratic response, unwilling to act and lack of concern from the SHPO. Okay. I know who those people were, and that they didn't respond very well. And finally, Beckham in '81 wrote to Attorney General Dave Fromeyer and sought prosecution of Earl Moore for what he was doing. The result was this museum never opened, and the collection was given to the Catholic Band of Omaha. And part of it is exhibited in their tribal administrative offices in Roseburg today. There was also a lot of grassroots historic preservation activity in the 1980s. Here's Beckham and Richard Ross doing lectures in Roseburg, Oregon. Perhaps one of the most interesting assignments I had between 1978 and 95 was to teach for the regional office of the U.S. Forest Service. And I did more than 30 seminars, and they included 6 in Southeast Alaska, pipeline from the Arctic Ocean to Bridgewell Sound, Rio Grande Valley, Mesa Verde, Amana colonies, TVA, acid rain in New England, Hell's Canyon, and so on, and also seminars in the Baltic, Russia, and China. And again, my role was as the historian and selector of the region. The participants were uprising career advancing U.S. Forest Service engineers, bookkeepers, foresters, silvicultural specialists who had to come to terms with the National Historic Preservation Act and archaeological protection laws. And these seminars were one way that we addressed those subjects. The work in the far places continued. This is a marvelous site in the canyon of the Owyhee. And this is a big water wheel, hand-built, that scoops water out of the Owyhee and dumps it into a canal system. This is the Morrison and the Cordosia ranches, Basque and Euro-American ranches in the upper canyon of the Owyhee. And one of the buildings that was in this complex at Birch Creek. It took me nearly 5 hours to get there from Vail. It was very difficult access. It was about, by 4-wheel drive, it was about 10 miles an hour to get down into the canyon. And I kept writing National Register nominations. Chrissy, you went to this one, didn't you?
Yeah, we did.
This is hard to get to, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
This is on the west side of Stewart Island at the northern end of the Canal de Haro, looking into Canada. It's the second most northern lighthouse in the lower 48 states in the San Juan Islands. And that's so marvelous, is that it has the barn, the lighthouse, the bug signal building, and the keeper's quarters. And this was designed by Carl Leik, a U.S. Lighthouse Service architect who designed the Bovell House #1 in Astoria. I also did the Leik was also the architect for the National Register nomination. I did the Cape Arago Lighthouse, and I did Cape Blanco Lighthouse, and wrote the Visitor Center at Quinn Head. And all of these projects I researched in Washington, D.C., either at National Archives or in the archives of the U.S. Coast Guard. That's where the records were for these federal facilities in Oregon and Washington. Well, another critical issue was Rim Village at Crater Lake. This was a case of the Historic Preservation League of Oregon taking on the National Park Service. The National Park Service said, tear it down. We don't want the building. It's a dog. It's too expensive to restore. It's in the wrong location. It shouldn't have ever been put out on the rim of the lake. It should be pulled back. The Preservation League disagreed and waged battle, and it was a very public battle, as the Oregon Statesman said, a cloud of uncertainty and controversy hangs over the project. Well, eventually then a new lodge was built at Crater Lake, a very popular facility. I say new, it's part, it incorporates part of the old building and the new. And then there was rehab of the other buildings at Rim Village. Am I right?
Yeah, yeah. My office is right, see where that bush is on the right there?
And were you aware of this controversy?
Oh, yeah.
It was nasty at times. I stayed pretty distant from it. I'm aware of it, particularly through the HPLO, but I was not a partisan. Then in 1990 came the enthusiasm about the 150th anniversary of the Oregon Trail. And I drew a very complex assignment at Flagstaff Hill over in Baker County, and it was complex. I did the cultural resources survey. I served on the EA team and wrote the EA document. I did the visitor scoping assessment study, the statistical analysis on visitation. Locals thought they were going to get 250,000 visitors every year. I predicted 100,000. It's coming in at about 106,000 every year since the facility opened. So it was not the cash cow that Baker City envisioned. I researched and wrote all the exhibits for Hilferty and Associates from Athens, Ohio. Did a panel copy, the facilities brochures, and endless meetings with the locals. I became very well acquainted with the Chamber of Commerce and Rotary Club as I commuted from Lake Oswego to Baker and back again. Sometimes the whole trip in one day, going over to speak and then driving back again. But the project resulted, I think, in a first-class visitor experience, and also the acquisition of the flotation mill from the Rabbit Mine. It has never been rebuilt, but all of the artifacts from it and the measured drawings, it took us a week with push pins to do all the measured drawings of this building. Eventually, the hope is to build it on Flagstaff Hill, where there was a mine and flotation mill before the Oregon Trail Center. So this is loading out some of the artifacts from the Rabbit Mine at Greenhorn up in the Blue Mountains. This was a purchase made by the Bureau of Land Management. Then came the studies. This is a study of the first grazing unit under the Tailored Grazing Act of the United States. Eventually 130 million acres would go under the Taylor Act. The first one in Oregon is in Angel Valley. It's called the River Track. A historic landscape study that I did. I was down in Northern California. Fallout from that was the invitation to serve on the dam removal oversight committee to the Secretary of Interior. We did that 10 years ago, and now just this spring, the first dam is starting to be deconstructed from Pacific Corps operation. Lots of archaeological reports. This is one we did at Fort Cascades. This is one at Fort Luganville. And again, my role was not turning dirt; it was turning the pages in the National Archives and writing the narratives that went with the archaeological content. Native American religious practices, an overview of the Columbia Gorge. This was a project we did in Malheur County, just east of here, at the agency, Malheur Agency headquarters. That's one on South Umpqua. These are more recent studies. This is an historic landscape study of the streetscape of downtown Oregon City from the 1840s to the 1920s. This is being used by the Cultural Resources team and the archaeologists of the Grand Island Tribe for the Blue Herring Project, and another one on the fishery at Willamette Falls. And then what became the biggest classrooms, I had the privilege of doing these interpretive centers. The one at Stevenson, the Dalles, at this point in Milwaukee, Agate Beach, Tillamook State Forest, the exhibit galleries at the Oregon Historical Society, Vista House, and then the master plan for the museum in Hong Kong, which is a gigantic project in Kowloon. I worked in China in 1995-96 on that assignment. And also the chance to work with some really interesting architects, Werner Johnson of Boston, Miller Hull of Seattle, Portico Guru, Hacker and Associates and Walker Macy in Portland, and most recently, Stonehetta, Oslo, Norway. I worked on the Willamette River lot with Stonehetta in Oregon City, and now I've been working with them for 5 years on the new Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, for which ground was broken 1st of June. Another assignment was in 1995 was to write the report for the Oregon Heritage Task Force. So I turned to my friend Charles Wilkinson to find a nice preface statement. Jim Edmondson, a member of the Oregon Legislature, chaired, and Jim and myself and Owen Panner basically brainstormed and wrote the report. We had a broad base, somebody will know Dwight Smith from ODOT, Mary Ullman, BLM archaeologist, and out of that, we said there should be an investment of state funds, reserve ongoing programs, we need a heritage commission, and we need a tax incentive for the National Register program. And so eventually, my job was to write the report, and it was adopted, and we have a heritage commission. I had the privilege for 42 years of being a college professor, and 34 of those years were spent here at the campus of Lewis Park College. This is the home of Lloyd and Edna Frank. The summer I was 16, I traveled through Europe with their grandson, Tom Sherman, from Portland. I knew Tom came from a different background than mine. I just didn't know it was this background until I met his grandmother when I became a faculty member at Lewis Park. The home was designed by Herman Brookman. It has the largest collection of metalwork by Oscar Box Studios of any property in the United States. All of this artwork was developed in New York and then shipped to Portland for installation. It has magnificent landscape. My students wrote the Central Axis National Register nomination. It's 12 acres of grounds and buildings. You can see it's a beautifully maintained, intact landscape now, just shy of, it's 97 years old. It was laid out in 1926-27. The Dovecote, it's now a cafe on campus. The monkey door from the conservatory, some of the light fixtures. And campus building number 2 is the Corbett Estate, designed by Pietro Beluschi, 1928. This is the graduate school campus just south of the undergraduate campus. It was the Hamilton and the Harriet Corbett home. The grounds were designed by Olmsted Brothers of Brookline, Massachusetts. These are some of the drawings for those properties. The third campus property, this is the home of the college president. This is the Cameron and Claire Squires estate. It was designed by Ellis Lawrence, the University of Oregon School of Architecture. It is still an 8-acre property with in-ground pool, pergolas, tennis courts, greenhouses, and cavernous rooms. This is the living room there on the right. The most interesting feature is the octagonal floor-to-ceiling bar that's all done on mirrors, and all the shelves are glass, and it was built during Prohibition. A great feature in this home. And the college uses this as the president's residence and for entertaining. And the grounds were designed by Olmsted Brothers. And this landscape is all intact. It's as it was planted with the color sequences of azaleas and rhododendrons and dogwoods. The swimming pool, the pergolas, the vegetable garden are all still there. This is a hidden property. It's on Greenwood Drive in Dunthorpe, and you can't even see it from the street. So it's a gem, never been considered for the National Register, but I think it's pretty special. So as a result of that, I took these 3 properties and wrote a book called Fortune and Friendship and spoke to the stewardship of the college on these heritage properties that it owns. Then another assignment in 2006, the Murdoch Foundation is constantly receiving grant applications from the Fort Vancouver Historic Reserve, from the Water Center, from Pearson Airport. And they said, look, you need to get your act together. And they said, well, we don't like each other. Well, they didn't quite say that, but they don't like each other. So they came to Oregon and found a facilitator to chair all these meetings to develop a master plan for the cultural entities at the Fort Vancouver site in Washington. And by golly, we all were civil. We went through all this year of meetings. And the key players for National Park Service, the Reserve Trust, Pearson Air Museum, and the Water Resources Education Center, as well as Clark College, WSU, and the U.S. Army. There are a lot of players in Fort Vancouver. And I found a quotation from Theodore Talbot's diary at Fort Vancouver in the 1840s, moved to high ground directly in the rear of the fort. That's in part because it was flooding, all right, but they moved to higher ground. Now is the time for the partners in the Vancouver National Historic Reserve to seek higher ground. I tried so hard. And then the National Park Service revoked the lease of the Pearson Air Museum from the old hangar, and they don't talk to each other. And a whole year of labor, well spent, went sideways, but we tried. And lastly, some of my assignments in historic preservation have interesting connections to Oregon. I spent since 1996 to 2020 working at Overlook in Waverly, Pennsylvania. This is north of Scranton, on a beautiful estate designed over a 30-year period by Olmsted Brothers, including the buildings, the horse barns, the roadway, and I had a massive document set from the family down the 5th generation that lives on this property, as well as their material culture. They happen to have, at the time, 117 divisions of the Genesee and Wyoming Railroad, including the Portland and Western in Oregon. There are 2 divisions in Oregon that run from Portland to Eugene to Newport to Astoria. So there was a good document set. Fascinating buildings, including the indoor swimming pool building, still stands, built in 1914, with 3 lanes because they had 3 sons swim in the building, in the pool. They collected Japanese art. They bought huge collections at the World's Fair in St. Louis, and these are on the grounds, including the tea house. More of the state designs. The greenhouses and cutting gardens. Japanese garden. Mrs. Fuller going Japanese in her conservatory. The bathhouse and warming station at Lily Lake. They had an ice boat in winter and boating in summer. They own the entire lake and its surround. The estate on the far side is the Woolworth property. Just to the left is the Scranton property. This is their ice boat. It's in the barn. And the carriage house, gasoline pumps. And while I was doing all this, I suddenly realized there could be a connection, and it developed. The University of Oregon School of Architecture uses the Fuller Estate for its summer field program. And for the last decade, the seminars from Eugene, Oregon, go to the Fuller Estate in Waverly, Pennsylvania. In part, that's because Sue Fuller, the mistress of this huge estate in the 5th generation, is from Salem. Okay, so most recently I've been working with Nelson Bird Wolfs, landscape designers, and I've written all the natural history brochures on birds, amphibians, insects, and so on. A very nice reprise of being an undergraduate biology major at the University of Oregon. So this was emerging past and present. Another assignment came to me in part because a member of this committee, David Harrelson from Grand Ronde, and that was the invitation to write the beautiful catalog for the loan exhibit, the first ever to an American Indian tribe from the British Museum in London of the Summers collection. And it took a long time to get there. In 1997, I was teaching in Africa. This is my journal book. This is one of the Maasai in Africa. And on my return, I spent a week at the British Museum to go through the Summers collection and copy all the exhibit, all the object labels. This collection had been at the British Museum since 1900. It had never been exhibited. It was collected at Grand Ronde and Klamath in the 1870s, and the Grand Ronde tribes were able to borrow these magnificent items like this headpiece, and here's a California Indian wearing one of these, or the gaming pieces, or these carved bowls, or the ladles. These are things of material culture from Western Oregon that exist nowhere else. And Summers Collection does spend a full year at Chachalu in Grand Blanc, Oregon. The tribe remains hopeful that there will be additional opportunities for more loans because there are over 700 items in the Summers Collection. And lastly, my most recent assignment, in addition to this board, has been serving on the board of the Roosevelt Library. And ground has now been broken on the cliffs of above the Little Missouri River at Roosevelt National Park. I served with the young Roosevelts, Kermit, Theodore, and Serena. They're 3 of the 12 board members. This is the Sagamore Hill Roosevelt property in New York. This is the current makeup of the board. We come from all over the country. That's Roosevelt's own photograph. He was a photographer, developed his own images at his Elkhorn Ranch in North Dakota in the 1880s. The chair of our architectural design committee is Melanie Walton, in Walmart. There was an initial gift from the Waltons of $50 million toward this project, and she did a wonderful job in jurying the competition. We had Gene Gang and the Gang Group and some really first-rate Lorenzo piano responded. Anyway, we hired Snowhetta. And so this is the building. It literally rises right out of the prairie on the bluffs. You can walk over the roof. It goes up 45 feet high. It gives you a 365-degree view out over the countryside where Roosevelt has cattle ranch. It is LEED Plus. It's called the Living Building Challenge. It is supposed to be 100% energy efficient. It has rammed roof walls in the main part of the structure and a huge wood truss roof. This is a simulation of the vistas on the top of the library. So it has been really a fun thing to do, to work with historic architecture in the National Register and then deal with sort of cutting edge modern design. I just spent 3 days at Snowhetta, first week of May in New York City. So here's the town as I see it today. Oregon has 115 National Register historic districts. There are about 58 certified local governments. There are 71,000 plus inventoried items now in the inventory, with a loss of about 1,100, and archaeological sites about 71,800 and some 30,000 isolated finds. This is sort of the status as of 2022. Thank you, staff, for providing that information. And the work of this committee, as you know, has not been without its moments. One of those moments was facing down Metro over the Portland Zoo liner, an attraction that draws 500,000 riders a year, and I wouldn't spend a penny on it or opposed its nomination to the National Register. That is incomprehensible. Or the issue on canals in Deschutes County, Oregon, a really hot political issue. I remember the meeting in Eugene. We must have had 100 plus people in the audience. It was sort of like the Eastmoreland confrontation. And more recently, the South Park blocks and the bases of the statues now vanished in downtown Portland. This one was a very troubling nomination for me when it was opposed by both Portland State University and the Portland Parks Commission. I didn't get it. And I'm so glad the rest of you didn't get it either, because I think our vote was unanimous on this nomination. One of the more interesting assignments I had was to assess the headquarters building at the Blipperon in Tillamook. This is the U.S. Navy Field Facility. And in the National Archives in Seattle, I found in the base log on July 9, 2 enlisted personnel reported sighting flying discs traveling high and fast to the northwest. This was on July 9, 1947, the morning after the Roswell incident. the BLM would not permit me to put this in my report. It was there and it was edited out when the report was released. So my advice is to keep an open mind, and I keep finding this wonderful visual information that you put ahead, Panos Island Lighthouse, Lake Oswego, or Nyberg Road in Tualatin. There's a big object right there. I have an open mind about these things. And I would conclude by saying, this is from the Heritage Plan. This is Beckham. Oregon's heritage is one of the most valuable assets. Our state's prehistory and history are the cement that hold together individuals and communities. Oregon's heritage is a storehouse of memory, object, building sites, documents, books, photographs, and artwork that provide meaning to the human experience. Collectively, they give substance to the word civilization and nurture values and a sense of community for succeeding generations. I really enjoyed working on the Heritage Plan, and particularly Jim Edmondson and Judge Panner. So that was the philosophy behind it. I used to say to my students over and over again, if you can imagine a source exists, it probably does. Your assignment is to find it. So this is one of Oregon's strange buildings. This is a miniature of the Mormon Tabernacle in Salt Lake City in Myrtle Point, Oregon. And that wonderful old Lodge Hall in Lynn County. So my appreciations are to my late friends, George McCaff, Robbie Collins, Elizabeth Potter, Rosanna Chrissy, Dr. Miner, Dr. Toko, Chet Orloff, Ben Sheldon, Alice Staley, Judy Freeze, Ted Schneider, George Kramer, Kay Atwood, Michael Teskey, David Harrelson, Bill Cannon, Richard Haynes, and Jack Witherspoon. These are the people that dragged me into historic preservation and archaeology, and we had a lot of good times together, as well as several organizations. Thank you.
Now you know why I'm a historian.
Wow.
It's been a really interesting journey this last 50 years to have these wonderful opportunities and the terrific people I've got to work with on the assignments.
That is absolutely amazing.
Yes.
Astonishing work. Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you for
exhausted.
sharing that with
Oh,
us.
you're welcome. Okay, let's see where, I ran over.
That's okay. It's not a problem.
Okay.
We have some flexible things later.
Okay, so we need to go then, next, back to Curry.
Yes, thanks.
Heritage Grant update.
I think I have it somewhere.
Okay. All right, so the next portion I have, hopefully you all got this. We have the approvals for the Preserving Oregon and Diamonds in the Rough grant recommendations from the two committees. So we had, starting with the Preserving Oregon grant, I'm just going to share a little bit about all of these. Here at the same time. So the Preserving Oregon grant is the grant that we have to fund the preservation of properties listed on the National Register and for archaeology projects.
Is there any way to make that clearer? Is that just,
I wish there were, but it's an area where you projector. You can do it, Robert. I'll be super impressed.
Don't cross your fingers.
All right, so the Preserving Oregon grant, as I said, is for preservation work on properties listed on the National Register and for archaeology projects. We had a really great group of folks on the committee for that program. So Julie Osborne was the SACHP rep on that one this time. And then from our office, we had Jason Allen and Corin Tippett, who is one of the archaeologists for SHPO. And then we had Tracy Schwartz, who is a preservation activist and consultant. She is a compliance specialist as well in her professional world, but she was doing it in her personal world. Matt Dietrich with the Oregon Military Department also participated, and then Jenny Dimshow with the City of St. Helens, and she's been she's a grant writer and has, from the recipient perspective, done a lot with her grant programs. So she brought some really good perspective on the public impact side of things. With the Preserving Oregon grant, we were down a little bit in applications this year from last year. But we had a really great range of locations from where the applications were submitted, or where the properties and projects are located. And we also had a really good variety. I'm looking at, I always try to see if our grant programs are accessible to people and usable by people. And so a fair chunk of the applicants for the Preserving Oregon grant, it was their first time they applied and they still got selected for funding. We provide a workshop, we provide video tutorials. I offer a review up to 2 weeks before the deadline. Joy Sears in our office, our restoration specialist, will provide advice to property owners to ensure that their work meets the standards, which is a requirement of the grant program for the historic properties part. And so they get a lot of support, but we also want to have a really usable, accessible program. And we had good results in that way this time with the Preserving Oregon. We also, in both grant programs, work to fully fund the request that is submitted with the application, because people are counting on that money and they have to find their other sources of money for match. The Preserving Oregon grant requires a 1-to-1 match. So that is how we approached it this time. So when you see the list of recommended projects, that is what we did. If we came to a project that was sort of at the break point with the amount of funding we had, we did some considerations for partial funding. That was not the case in this grant period. Now I'll look up one more thing here, just for some of the stats for this. So we had quite good geographic range, as I said, and so we had the majority from the Willamette Valley and Portland area, 1 from the coast, 5 from the northeast part of the state, a couple in central or north central, and 2 in southwest. So we were really only missing the northwest part of the state for applications this time. And so I'll pay attention when we do our outreach next time to capture that. And there was at least 1 funded from all the other areas that we received applications from, except for the Southeast Oregon application. So again, that's pretty good distribution based on the applications versus the awards. We had 7 first-time applications that are recommended for award, which is really great. We had 15 first-time applications, so it's nice to see new people learning about the program and taking advantage of it. And as I mentioned, the application numbers, so we were down This year, it has been going down, the last 3 years. Costs have been going up drastically, for rehab work, as has ability to access people to do the work. So I think that that is a significant factor in that change. I think it would be meaningful in this program due to the increase in costs. If we could increase funding for this program, not only to award more, but maybe increase the award amount, because the high end of the award amount is $20,000 for this program. So,
Has it always been that?
yes. It started in 2004, I believe, so it's been a while.
Yeah.
It's been a while. We did get an increase in the amount about 4 years ago. And we didn't increase the award amount, we just, because we were not even coming close to awarding a reasonable number of applications, so. Just so you know, I always ask for more grant money when we do our budget. So,
She does.
I do. We need. I'll give a same summary for in regard to the diamonds and the rough grant, and then we can go over what the recommendations were for both, in case it makes sense to do a motion for both at the same time. So for diamonds in the rough grant, this program is intended to fund facades of historic properties that have lost their historic character in some way and bring back that historic character. They don't have to be listed on the National Register. In fact, often they're not, partially because they have been altered. This program is woefully underfunded, even though it has a really cool name. So that hasn't been a good enough selling point. Let me look at some of the other stats. Again, we had pretty good geographic range on this program. We again had an awesome committee. So Heidi was the representative for SACHP. Then we had Joy Sears, our restoration specialist, and Sherry Stewart, our Main Street coordinator. There is a component of the application that talks about the public benefit of this work, and so these commercial facades are often in our downtowns. We had John Goodenberger, who used to be on this committee, and the teacher, and preservation activist, and advocate and consultant in Astoria. Brian Pachowska, who is now the coordinator for the Classic Community College Preservation Program, was on, and then Tyler Ferrari with the City of Dallas, who does planning and Main Street coordination, and Rebecca Hollenbeck, who is the historic Willamette Main Street coordinator. That's the West Lynn Main Street organization. So that's who is on that committee. Applications were down a little bit this time compared to the last couple of years, but it's not as big a drop as in Preserving Oregon. I think it's because with diamonds in the rough, you don't know quite what you're getting into. So you might be willing to take a little bit more risk and apply for a grant and do the job. Whereas the Preserving Oregon grants, often they have done the evaluation work to know what they want to do. We did not get applications from the southwest or northwest parts of the state this time. And we recommended funding in 4 kind of the regions we tracked: 1 for Portland, 1 for northeast part of the state, 1 for the coast, and 2 for the Willamette Valley area. So pretty aligned with what the applications look like as they came. In this case, 4 of the awards, so 4 of the 5 recommended awards are first-time applicants. That's pretty common in Diamonds in the Rough because they're not necessarily a nonprofit organization that's taking care of a historic property ongoing. So repeat applications from folks are not as common. Because they're private individuals who own 1 building, and that's the thing that they do, and they move on. So it's a little less. So before I go over the recommendations, Julie or Katie, do you want to share anything about your experience or how it worked for you?
Sure. I think the committee, looked at the grant applications very carefully, and I think the combination of people from different, viewpoints made it very strong. And so each person provided a perspective that I think we all appreciated, and it was good to have and share. Discussions were in depth, and there was a genuine concern to fund the ones that would most benefit historic preservation and the community and make the biggest impact. And so we had good discussions, and Curry provided great feedback on our questions and concerns. I think that it has, there was some discussion about, well, agencies should take better care of their properties. Should private individuals should that open up a little more for them? Is if the public benefit is strong enough, perhaps that's true. And then, but it was very informative, and I think we had some good candidates. Please.
Sounds like Julie was on Diamonds in the Rough committee too. That sounds great. Yes, it's a lot of what we did. Very similar response. Just really, for me, it's just fun to see what people are doing throughout the state and what they're trying to do. So the Whitaker Hotel was a nomination for the Diamonds in the Rough. So kind of fun, especially right now, to be able to have reviewed that application and then go see it in person and know anytime I'm driving through this town, I'm going to see that project, right? It wasn't, they know that they weren't funded, right?
Well, you're all deciding now.
Okay,
whether or
well,
not they're funded, but
it
was not
sounded like
recommended.
he was already under the impression that, yes, so,
I believe they listened to the
Okay.
committee meetings are open to the public. So.
yeah, so, and they were fine with it. They know the reasons why, and so it was, I think it's a really good educational experience for everyone involved, those reviewing them, those listening, and other people who are listening in on other projects throughout the state too. So cool program to be involved in.
And since thank you, Heidi, and since we're in Burns, I will point out, we are in a building that received the Diamonds in the Rough grant in 2017, and then another one down the street, I believe it's the Oddfellows building.
Right.
2015, so Burns has taken advantage of this program. All right, so with that. So the recommendations, I'm going to read them out loud because there are people listening, if that's okay.
Yeah,
And
I can't read that at all.
and they're very blurry for the people in the room, so sorry, people online have it better right now. So we have the Arts Council of Pendleton, which is in the Carnegie Library building. For some wood repair, like window, door, exterior wood repair, and concrete exterior repair and painting. The Ascension School Camp and Conference Center Ascension Chapel roof repair. Everybody looked that up because that building was not like anything I've seen elsewhere in Oregon, and the roof is like scary. So
Is that in Cove, Oregon? What's the location of that one?
yeah.
Ascension.
The Marshfield Pioneer Cemetery, I skipped, sorry, Baker City downtown. It's wood repairing wood windows on one of the historic downtown buildings. The Marshfield Pioneer Cemetery, which is owned by City of Coos Bay, in Coos Bay. Painting, new roof and exterior painting for the train depot in the city of Wasco. Completing the interior restoration of the historic Cresswell Schoolhouse for the Cresswell Heritage Foundation. Re-roofing the Gear Historic Farmhouse and that's in Marion County. One of the 2 archaeology projects recommended is one for doing archaeological investigations at the Letitia Carson homestead, which is in Benton County. And the this is a homestead of an early Black settler in Oregon who owned her own land. The Pacific Railroad Preservation Association to do work on SPS 700, which is a national registered listed locomotive. The other archaeology project is to continue to process the funnel remains recovered from the Brick Garden site in Jacksonville. And then we have wood floor repair for property owned by the Southern Oregon Friends of Hospice. Some roof silo siding, combination of repairs for the Triangle Lake Round Barn, which is in Lane County. And the project to start doing some structural work for the John Quincy Adams Young House, and that is owned by the 12 Hills Park and Recreation Department. So those are the recommended projects for preserving Oregon. Then for diamonds in the rough, sorry for scrolling so much. We have 5 recommended projects. One is a downtown property in the Cottage Grove Historic District. It's a very altered first floor, and that's essentially they're bringing back the first floor and the transom windows. And then the mercantile storefront of a property on Foster Road in Portland. Part of the property, it's a long row of separated storefronts, and one side has been vacant for a long time and suffered a fair amount of vandalism and also alteration. The Josh Mitchell one, these do fund private property owners. So this is a commercial property in Lebanon downtown, and it's next to 2 properties that have taken advantage of this program in the past. So it's kind of the like missing tooth in the middle, and it's a major restoration. It's been filled in by brick. Most of its openings were filled in by brick. So it's to bring back the transoms and the larger storefront windows and also repair the cornice. The next one, Christine West, this is for a property in Morrow, and it's a large storefront building. Essentially, it's to uncover the transom windows and repair those. Right now they're like covered with wood, bright yellow. So it'll be like, it's not a giant project, but it will be a really big change. And then the Lincoln County Cultural Center, this is in Lincoln County, or Lincoln City Cultural Center, I would say Lincoln County. It's the old D-Lake School. It's a brick building, and its south entrance, which is one of the primary entrances and accessible, like wheelchair accessible entrance, has a sort of cover to protect from weather. And they're going to remove that and bring back more historic doors that fit its historic character and repair the window that's sort of covered, partially covered by that entry point. So those are the diamonds in the rough recommendations. We have 5. And we also are asking that the committee approve secondary projects. Over the last 2-3 years, we have had some projects that have had to cancel based on increase in costs, loss of contractors and other things. And I want to be poised to award funding quickly without having to come back to any committees for that approval. So for the Preserving Oregon grant, the committee recommended as the secondary, or the runner-up, I guess I should say, project is the Western Area Development Association project, and it's for mostly repointing and preservation work on the Long Branch building in Weston. And for Diamonds in the Rough, it's a facade restoration project on a commercial building in Monroe. And the owner is Waltz Design LLC.
So Curry, would you like the committee to move on this, to
Yes.
accept these recommendations?
Please.
Is there a motion to accept the recommendations of the task force or committees that have worked on Preserving Oregon and Diamonds in the Rough grants? Heidi has moved and Julie has seconded. Any discussion?
Get more money next time.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Approved. Good work, Curry. Thank you for another year of effort on soliciting, shepherding, and nurturing these applications.
Maybe you probably noticed there are a lot in there that you've seen in the last couple of years that's come across the desk here. So it's kind of nice to see it gets listed and then they're applying for these things. I'm sure at one of the next meetings, Curry will share you fun photos of the before that. Those are always good to see.
We're a little behind. Do we need a 5-minute break? Yes, okay. Take 5 minutes and then we'll turn to Robert. We need next to turn to Robert and a discussion about the National Register Program 5-year work plan.
Right, and I will give you, it's just kind of what we're gonna go through. So we've talked about this for 5 years now. So we're kind of at this, the last time we'll be talking about this, grab I have one more, this version. And then we're gonna have a new preservation plan, like Ian was mentioning, in his update. And so we will have another plan that's more focused on that one. So this today's kind of discussion is more kind of a wrap up of what we did in the last 5 years and how we've kind of gone about that, how things have shifted, where we're at today. So you guys know a lot of what's happened, to kind of give you updates, but there have been significant challenges to accomplishing kind of what we initially set out to do, right? Not only was it kind of destruction of, COVID and the layoff pieces, but larger projects like Eastmoreland or other things like canals, things that sucked up a lot of staff time and kind of diverted a lot of the attention that we normally had and were able to give for some of those projects. So keeping those in mind, I think you always have great aspirations and you kind of realize what the reality ultimately ends up being. But I do think we did have some really interesting nominations that have come forward in the last several years. A lot of great discussions here. So a lot of what we sought out to do, I think, has happened. It just might not be, at the far end of the spectrum that we maybe wanted. But there's definitely room for improvement. And I'm going to have Ian speak in a little bit to kind of what we're envisioning for the future with some of that, and I'll add in there. And so if you remember with this work plan, part of what we want to be able to do with it is talk to you guys about what we are thinking and get feedback and kind of approval and direction from you as the committee about the National Register Program. Thinking about kind of direction and what types of places we want to pursue listing and other types of things there. And that way, if say we had 15 nominations come in and staff realized we really only have 10 or time to prioritize certain ones, how do we do that, right? We want some mechanism to figure that out. And so that's why we've talked about in the past, what are those types of resources that are most important to you guys as the community? We've done public feedback to kind of just hear from the larger perspective and just try to narrow it back down. And so some of that, with these objectives that you see on this, they're all pulled straight out of the preservation plan that ends in 2023, from 2018 to 2023. And so from those, we bulleted out kind of action items of how we might attempt to address some of those objectives. That way it's very clear what we're doing and how we go about doing that. So in the first part here was really kind of how we're working with partners and kind of going forth to do that. And so some of that is engagement with certified local governments. Curry's been very helpful in that, and you've seen a lot of nominations lately that have come from funding through certified local governments, where they maybe work with somebody or they identify something and what they want to go about and do. The city of Portland's done a lot of that. You've seen some of that once they had that MPD for African American history. There've been a lot of great nominations coming out of that. It's like that's an example of that. Not all of it's necessarily funded from our CLG funds, but it's kind of that engagement with their MS partners and thinking about how we can list other venues. There have also been a lot of other conversations with CLGs where we've just talked about, strategies for maybe thinking of some sort of mechanism for them to come up with new properties to list or how they might prioritize things there. So we've had a lot of those conversations. They maybe haven't been as targeted as I initially wanted them to be, but they're ongoing and there's a lot of great opportunities that we have where we pull them all together in different venues to talk with them and get them updates and such. We also have things like our Heritage Conference that we do, but as you know, the last one was, well, we had the last one, or the one before that one.
Last in person was 28.
Right, there we go, thank you, that's the better way to say it. Last in person one was 2018, so we've had versions of them and been able to offer things online, but right, it's a little different, as you guys know. We've had our meetings kind of hybrid and whatnot. So moving forward, our next one is
April 17th to 20th, 2024, Worcester.
first in person one when we're back. So you all receive information on that and how that's happening. We'd love to have you there. So that's just another example there, right? So other challenges that we've had, but those are other forums, other opportunities to engage a much broader audience, right? Because at those types of places, our areas conferences, they're geared towards a much wider audience than some of the other types of things, right? Versus like a CLG session where it's just the people that work in state or local governments and whatnot. And then we've also talked about reaching out with like a representative heritage group or cultural group of sorts. We've seen a lot of work that we've done with the Oregon Black Pioneers with some of them, not necessarily always just us and them, or it might be a third partner, a fourth partner, or we might even just be out in the wings, just assisting as best we can. And so we had grander ideas to do a little more with a couple other groups, but really kind of just stuck to them, just kind of mostly time, staff time in that assistance. But we do have the Portland MPD, and we're in process on a statewide African American MPD that will be coming to you guys probably next year or so, but it is coming. And so that's exciting. And then maybe I'll turn that's maybe a good segue to Ian to turn it over to you on that. So kind of thinking about these partners, right? That was kind of really this main issue here that we were trying to address is how do we pull other groups in and think about that and then list more properties or kind of change the direction of, diversifying what we already have listed or whatever we do. Ian's kind of kept that in his mind, and so has the rest of staff, and we've been thinking about what are our next steps as we move forward and thinking about our next preservation plan. So we've had a couple ideas of how we might do that, and so I'll turn over to Ian to say how he's kind of started pulling that together in the plan.
Sure. So we have a great opportunity, the best opportunity in the last 6 or 7 years, actually, to really accelerate the National Register program. Robert was a little modest in saying we got bogged down in some of those other things. So what you did not see was staff preparing massive amounts of information for Department of Justice and records research and other kinds of things that sucked hundreds of hours over the last many years. We've cleared all of that. We've got a new National Register rule, and we've got a good plan in place in that we've done the outreach. And so I think we're in an excellent place to really kind of start accelerating the program. Prior to those barriers, we're bringing anywhere from 8 to 16 nominations around. That was with 2 signed staff members. We currently have 1, but the potential in that program is there. Of course, it's always subject to economics and whatnot, but so we're getting ready to get it started again. And when we did the outreach, we saw a lot of interest in the same kinds of things that we did, or properties that we did in the 5-year plan. A lot of, settlement era, trails, forts, settlement era houses. There's always a strong interest in that because I think people have a strong association with Oregon in that time period. And then also increasing interest in properties associated with Native Americans, but not just those properties associated with pre-contact, but just their entire story. That's something that came out more in the outreach. Also a lot of interest in diversifying the National Register, both temporally, so present to past, geographically, but also in thematic diversity. And Robert's kind of put out some information to you, and you've seen a lot of those kinds of things. So the challenge is what everyone's saying in the outreach is everything now. So our plan for doing that is to really start what I would call a pipeline of multiple property documents. So working with outside partners, and what Robert just talked about with the African American statewide NPD, is develop a pipeline where we are working with a partner group to develop concepts. At the same time, we're in the process of contracting and writing one, as we are also promoting them. So always have this kind of pipeline running through. And so the lifespan of our 10-year plan is to try and do 4 or 5 of those running through. This is actually, that may sound ambitious, but that's exactly what we do for the National Register nominations. We always have a set we're cultivating, a set you're working with, a set we're pushing out the door towards various programs. And so this is something we already do. We're just kind of raising the level of the project. Why NPDs are important is because it does the kind of work like, he was just talking about with the Portland NPD, and it generates nominations. When we can get our machinery running and pulling people all the way through the programs, it produces nominations and it kind of builds on itself. In the past, we've done NPDs and we've fallen down sometimes on the promotional part of it, and kind of keeping that running. And so I think through Curry's programs, especially outreach, we've been able to reach out and drive a lot of that, and especially since we're picking up partners now on the front side, it's not just our initiative. We've got a group of people who are willing out there to go out and sell those. Hey, this is a great thing. And then NPD properly applied really does narrow down the effort to nominate properties and they have a long lifespan. So that's kind of what we're doing for the next 10 years. We actually asked for permission to do a 10-year plan instead of 5-year because we have several long running projects. And this is one of them. I made the argument to the National Park Service. This is not something you pull off in 5 years. We're going to need 10 years to kind of set this up and run it and really get the benefit out of it.
And I think one of the challenges with that, when it comes to NPDs, I think they can be fantastic tools. But a challenge is, first off, is most people are like, what is that? I don't understand that document. And right, the first time that you even interacted with it, I know for me, right, it's like, this is complicated and I don't understand what it is. And so there is sort of like an education piece that we need to really focus on there. And second is the nominations that go with those NPDs. The idea is that it's less work. It's not as much work as you normally would do if you're just running a single nomination, right? And so it's not saying that you're not going to pull all the important context that's needed or all of that, but we need to really find examples that are really good, where it's succinct, it's to the point, it's using that NPD in the way that it's useful and it should be done so that anybody is able to do something like this. And so to Ian's point, it's, hey, we finish this and we really can turn it over to our partners and they can start helping get nominations. Because you do look at a lot of entities that we already have listed, and there are some that only have those first initial listings that ever went under them, right? So we're just trying to think through how we can kind of keep that work going.
And we will also be adding districts into the mix of this as well. So, I mean, those are the two different things we're going to be trying through the CLG program, trying to pull stuff through. So we're looking at easy ways to kind of multiply our efforts, if that makes sense, and an associated effort where it is appropriate through our compliance program will be increasingly asked for agencies to do more national register nominations. It's not always appropriate. You can't, ask them to do something completely unrelated to the project. It's not fair. But there's certainly many circumstances where it is, and we'll be asking more and more for them to go ahead and do that, to nominate their own properties. So, and it will be aimed towards those statewide goals that you see the plan. So those are kind of where we're going to be trying to amp up this program. So we'll be asking Robert to do a lot here in the future.
And you'll see kind of in the next kind of work plan that we put together, it'll outline a little more of how we're thinking this, and kind of we'll be getting feedback from you guys too on direction or other ideas or types of things to focus on or whatnot. It's a lot easier for us to go find a grant opportunity or something like that, and then pull in subject matter experts or other things if we don't have the capacity for. So there's some strategies we're thinking of, but anyway, that's kind of in the future of how we're going to address some of that stuff. Before I move on, questions on any of that, that was kind of a lot, but.
I think bottom up is certainly the way to go. Having worked for Bureau for 35 years, but believed in top down, like they'd send you things at the end of the year. You never saw this before, but here it is. That's a real effective way to get the field, vitally interested in what you decided they should do. So I think this way is much better.
Plus, I mean, we don't always know the story there. That's right.
Yeah, but I also think that much more. What should I say? Because I interacted with SHPO, that meant they didn't have, they're all kind of afraid, it's like, oh, people in the tribes, do you? Well, we all have to go one-to-one here. So.
Yeah.
So, but just more, hopefully there's some funding out there to be able to support travel both ways. Both the same woman.
And kind of on that note too, with issue 2, kind of was more focused on tribes and other ways we've done that. A lot of what we've been doing has and really not the things that you have been seeing. I mean, there are a handful of things, but a lot of that's coming through compliance or conversations on how do we get there, and those take a lot longer than some of these others. I mean, you have seen like the Coos Bay TCP, right? We did engage with that, and though it didn't get that formal listing, it still went through all of that process and all of that. But there are several others from some with the Klamath, the Warm Springs with, so I mean, there are things in the hopper that are hopefully coming to you guys soonish, but you know, how that goes. So we've been working on that and continue to just talk, engage those offices as best we can, but it's hard, everybody's busy. But to try to find those opportunities like Ian's talking about, where we can kind of say, hey, we're working on this project or that, and maybe here's the avenue where we all come together and focus on a nomination of sorts.
It would be great to get that first one.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that first TCP. Yeah, we'll get there. Same thing kind of with archaeology. We have made some good progress on this. And you have seen a few archaeological nominations. Maybe the last one was maybe Brick Gardens, which maybe is the last one that you saw. It might have been something. But one of the ways that we're also helping with that is in some of our MPDs, we're really focusing on don't forget about archaeology as part of this. And you know, we saw that with the Portland MPD for African American history. And it's, yeah, I mean, we don't even know what that could look like, but let's find ways that we can, you know, have that information in there so that when we do come across that, or we do want to go that route, we can. With the statewide African American MPD, we're going to make sure that the, I guess it's not, they're going to amend an already listed property, but using archaeology. So that is going to be the listing that helps move that MPD forward. And so that one's neat because we're also having kind of a lot more of that archaeological perspective inform a lot of that context. Thanks to kind of the preparers have more of that background than we've had in the past. So that's been really helpful when you can actually use examples that aren't just buildings, that are also sites or probable known areas of information.
One of the things I would add about archaeology, some of the nominations you'll see in the future may not be as detailed as you might know they could be, simply because we have the Nature National Register program is designed to be incredibly transparent. And so tribes often, what we're coaching tribes is put the information necessary on the nomination form to get it listed and nothing more. And if you don't, you know, and so we've gotten avenues there, but in many cases, because the process is designed to be very, very transparent, they're just not comfortable putting certain information on there, and we don't encourage them to do so. So that would be just kind of a note going forward, something that we learned through our legal travails prior. And so we're trying to get encouraging tribes to participate in a way that makes them feel comfortable and that they feel that they can use the program and not compromise their cultural perspective. So.
And there are other challenges too. I mean, especially with archaeology, right? You can't just, you do all the work that you're getting paid for, you fill out the site report, set it in, and you can't just copy and paste that into a nomination form, right? And do you really want to spend more time that you're not getting paid for to do the nomination, or how do, right? So we're talking about that, having those discussions, figuring out if there's a way that it might be a little bit easier for that kind of next step. Because there's interest in doing it, it's just how do we get there?
I know a lot of people don't see a payoff. And I was thinking, even I talked to Dennis Jenkins recently, and Paisley was just simply somebody who was interested. It didn't cost the budget money, and oh sure, we'll put that on this, but that's probably, you can make an argument, it's probably the most important site the state has. And it was only by happenstance that it happened.
Yeah, and can you imagine not having, right?
Yeah.
What that adds to kind of the larger ordinance history of the National Register, yeah. Yeah. Another part here is National Historic Landmarks. We haven't had one in quite some time. It is a fairly rigorous process. It's, you know, even more so than what we do. But I don't know, do you know, Ian, when the last one was that we went through?
If I had a copy of the plan, I could look at it.
So like Camwood Shown or?
We have several potential. Basic Caves is one that would be.
And we definitely have potential. But
We
we
have
about the
several.
last time we went through.
It's been a long time.
It's been a long time.
It's at Watsik House,
Might have been Watsik House.
Could be.
because Robert was
They thought about doing the open space sequence up in Portland.
But anyways, yeah, right, it's been a long time. We know we have places that are worthy of that program. It's just kind of taking that next step. And it is a little bit of a different type of process. The parks are a lot more involved in that. But we do need to kind of identify things. And so we have been thinking about how to prioritize kind of finding some of those places, or at least kind of moving that forward in the process so that we do continue to that. And part of the new plan too, we talked about kind of, do we say we're gonna also have X number of NHLs, or at least attempts for that, or something like that, so. But sorry, you haven't seen any there. We have, I mean, I guess the one, I guess, intersection there is we have had several under national level of significance that you guys have seen. And that is, kind of one of that first steps there. So
One thing I can say is we have to do for the legislature, and it's coming up in July, which is why I'm thinking about with a key performance measure report to the legislature for our programs. And one of the things we track is the National Register nominations. And we pretty solidly, the state, we're always behind California because they have lots and lots of people and resources. And we best Washington about every other year, and then we're ahead of every other state, Nevada, Idaho, Alaska. So I mean, for a state of our size and office of our size, we are performing well on all of these things. It's just, we are looking to perform better than we are here. And in NHL, it's been kind of thing. So I mean, comparative, I think we're doing well, but when we're going up against Nevada, I think that's 1 a year or 2 a year. It's like, maybe that's not saying much, but
yeah. And I think, we've also been talking a bit about us having to kind of go through we say move, but we're not really moving anywhere. We're just kind of like shrinking. I don't know. Consolidation of our office. But, I mean, that's a better way to say it.
If you haven't been there, you might want to visit.
it looks like it got ransacked by Vikings.
Yeah.
Well, you just went through COVID and now you're. I'm sorry. It's hard.
But the one thing in there is we are going to be scanning a lot of kind of our paper files, right? Because part of it is we just have too much storage, so they're trying to reduce that. And so we're, like Ian was saying earlier, there's some money to be able to scan some of that stuff. And in addition to that, other staff are finding different things that they didn't realize are there, or they're able to take some time and focus on things. Jason's had some more time, with the survey programs. We've been able to go through some of the older surveys that have been sitting there that just need to get entered into the database, like clean things up. And a lot of that's going to help us continue with nominations or finding things. I mean, there've been things Jason's found that just to read, like, check out this really cool thing that we didn't know, and that's been really fun. And he continues to work with the main streets, doing survey work and other things there. So we are continuing to pull those things in. Sorry for speaking for you, but he's also working on other kind of like, with our RLS surveys and our ILS, and like, what are our standards? What do we want? What's the best information? So there's some really good conversations happening there. So I think we're kind of setting ourselves up for a really exciting time. It's maybe a 10-year plan. I think there's a lot of opportunity with in the back of our mind, remembering like, yeah, there could always be an East Moreland, or there could not, and so how do we kind of account for something like that? Not that we want it, but, yeah. The rest of the kind of issues here that are mostly ways that we partner with other coworkers in the office, whether it's the compliance program or the survey program or other state agencies. So there are opportunities there. It is a little more difficult living in kind of that hybrid workforce, right? You can kind of imagine you're not in the office overhearing the thing. And so we have been kind of coming up with, oh yeah, how do we make sure everybody knows what everybody's doing? So we're still struggling a little bit with that, but we're doing pretty well, and our team's pretty good at pulling the right people in when we need to. Like Ian was talking about, with kind of focusing a little more on kind of compliance and mitigation and nominations and things. I think that will also help with some of that. Because a lot of the archaeologists kind of live in that world, right? And so sometimes it's a little harder to pull that in if I'm not getting a lot of archaeology nominations or having to look into things. So yeah. The last thing I was going to talk about too is for years we had an internship program where we were able to work with students. We haven't had that since COVID. We had one in 2019 was the last.
We had to release them.
Yeah,
with our internship, we had to release them to shut down.
because and so that's also gonna set us back there a little bit. And we'll be finding some new way to kind of go forward with that, right? And maybe you can speak to some of those ideas, but it's right, because that's always been a nice way to also be thinking about how do we take kind of future people that are kind of coming into the field or give them opportunities and that sort of thing.
So we will be restarting the internship program. Corey and I, and Chrissy will be doing budget for the new biennium here soon. How you do that in a hybrid work environment is an ongoing discussion, so how do we, bring someone in for meaningful experience where they do good and can do some substantive work. We're going to go ahead and figure that. We have some models and we have some partner agencies that have done it, so we just need to chat with them and figure out how to do it. We're confident it can happen, so it will be put back in place. But I think it's, we did pause for 3 years, so it's given us an opportunity to rethink. So, and typically those interns will do things like surveys. We would have them work on nominations. Usually we have them get them started. An internship period is not enough to finish. It's enough time when I was in Robert's role to test run to see how good they would do. And then if they did well enough, we would then pay them to finish it. And you saw some of those interns come through with being, they did their internship where they worked at the initial nomination, then we paid them as contractors to finish off, which gives them a nice little thing to put in their resume, the internship and the contract versus just one or the other. So that's how we've done nominations in the past. And I hope that, or they are doing like the work that Jason's doing, they do a bunch of surveys that leads into nominations, identifying this property with documentation. So.
And so to sort of just kind of wrap up, I think there's a lot on here and there's a lot that we've been doing and a lot of good things and a lot of things we've installed on, but I think kind of the main focus and maybe disagree, but I think we've really been trying to diversify what you guys are seeing, especially in the listing. And I think we've been doing a good job in that. You might look kind of in the early ones, and maybe like, 2018, 2019, maybe weren't as diverse, but I definitely think in these last ones, you're seeing a lot of different types of properties or histories or all kinds of different things. And I think that's going to continue, even the ones that I know that are coming or people are working on, they're continuing to be that way. They're continuing to not just think, oh, Criterion C architecture. They're like, oh, what about women's history? Or what about this, right? And telling some of those richer stories. So we're going to keep working on that, but I think that's encouraging. You guys have had really great insight into a lot of that. And I know it's harder because a lot of those histories don't exist. So sometimes the nominations become pages upon pages upon pages because we're just trying to give that context, but we'll get there. So, and
that's what we hope also the NPDs will do, is it will not to these less documented histories that removes that barrier, and somebody doesn't have to go, oh, you want to nominate this building? We need to write the history of that entire area of history. It's like, oh my goodness, people don't, they often have the capacity. So if we can take some of that burden off, that's an opportunity.
Any questions or any thoughts or anything else? Otherwise, you're going to see another one probably at our next June meeting. We'll have another conversation about that.
No, I think you guys have done amazingly well considering all the challenges. So, and you're upbeat and positive, and so kudos.
Yeah, we're excited about the next. Looking forward. Robert and I have been chatting quite a bit, and so I think we're getting well set up to start running stuff.
I would say a big thing would be is how are we promoting, right? Not just recruiting to get National Register nominations, but how are we promoting the projects and these stories that we are pulling in and getting this diversity? And I mean, we all are connected to this, but the vast majority of people think the National Register is just a place for fancy buildings on the East Coast.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? Like, we need to figure out how we can all promote what this heritage is and these stories that we're gathering and how we get those out into the public.
But you do report, I get regularly in the Heritage News, a press report on National Register nominations have been approved and so on. Do those also go to the general press, like in the town?
Yeah.
Where,
Yeah, we get some press releases. The more unique the story, or more diverse the story, that it tends to go pretty long. Actually, some of our best cheerleaders have been like Curry and Robert on the like Oregon Black Pioneers, where I can tell somebody this is a great program all day and all this. But you know, someone like Oregon Black Pioneers says this is a great program, and they reach out to their constituents or their partner organizations, and all of a sudden it is. And it's part of the reason why we're looking to incorporate those organizations in these
Yeah,
MPDs,
those other
because then they
connections.
go out and say it's wonderful. And then other people want to, because
Mhm.
we're the government officials that run the program, like, yeah, whatever. You know, I mean, it's, they're
Right.
just like, yeah, of course you're going to say that.
And another tool we have been using, like we started that with the statewide one, is putting in key moments for the preparers of those to engage with certain, you know, have a public meeting here and talk about how to use this, or go meet with this organization and pull them in. So I think we might be able to use those types of things in addition to it. At least that's what we're thinking now, but.
We also
Yeah.
distribute through the Main Street communities, certified local government communities and the trainings. Here's our newest document and how to use it. So I mean, we're actively out there. We work with Restore Oregon, letting them know what we're up to. But I really think it's the community organizations that end up being, or the statewide organizations that tend to be the cheerleaders. They have access to communities and organizations that we don't, you know, or have more rapport with them that we don't have. And so we can get people to come out and carry the message for us, tends to be a lot more effective.
I might recommend to staff that for some future field trip for this group, a visit to the new Chinese Historical Museum in Chinatown in Portland. A first-rate experience, and it really reaches way beyond Portland. It goes out to Chinese history throughout the Pacific Northwest and the American West, and it's quite an eye-opener. It's professionally done. Jacqueline, right?
Yeah, and the other interesting thing is for the last, I think last year, and then this upcoming year, they're doing an artist in residence program also. And some of those artists are coming out into the wider community of the state to get inspiration for what they're doing. So that's kind of an amazing program too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. We have an interesting document to study and consider, and I wished I could be with you for the next 5 years, but life happens. Our next element on the agenda is we have the consideration of a National Register property of delisting, and I believe the protocol is that's required is that I read into the record today the standards for the National Register. The National Register of Historic Places is the nation's official list of district sites, buildings, structures, and objects significant in American history, architecture, archaeology, and culture. The records are maintained in Washington, D.C. by the National Park Service under the authority of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. Over 2,000 properties located in all 36 counties in Oregon are listed in the National Register. Oregon listings presently include 154 historic districts. In order to qualify for listing in the National Register, a property must possess and retain its historic appearance and be historically important at the local, state, or national level. A property's historic importance is determined through one of 4 criteria identified by the National Park Service. Those criteria are association with events that have made a significant contribution to the broad patterns of our history, association with a preeminent individual, displaying distinctive characteristics of a type, period, method of construction, or work of a master, or contains the potential to yield important information on prehistory or history. The review process is limited to the consideration of these criteria and whether or not the document is technically complete and correct. When the committee determines that a nomination is eligible for listing, it recommends that the State Historic Preservation Officer sign the nomination and forward it to the keeper of the National Register in Washington, D.C. for review and listing. Nominations not meeting the listing criteria are either tabled to allow the applicant the opportunity to revise the nomination or not recommended for listing. Our first item for this meeting is the delisting of a segment of the Sumter Valley Railroad. And we get a staff presentation as our initial overview.
So the first property before the committee is the delisting request for the Sumter Valley Railway Middle Fork John Day River Spur. The 16.2 mile long spur is located in Grant County
That comes next.
and begins in the vicinity of Bates. The railway and its spurs made industrialization of the Blue Mountains possible. They provided transportation to an area of over 7,500 square miles, which at its peak contained 6 timber-dependent communities and a population estimated at about 5,000. This particular section was significant in the original nomination for its narrow gauge railway design and operation. The property was listed under criterion A in the areas of commerce, industry, and transportation with a period of significance of 1916 to 17, reflective of the dates of construction. The proposed delisting request for your review states that the property has ceased to meet the criteria for listing in the National Register because of the qualities which caused it to be originally listed have been lost or destroyed. The submittal for delisting argues that since the listing in 1987, natural forces including decay, flooding, wildfire, along with county road improvements, and the loss of all of the contributing resources have significantly impacted the integrity of the 16+ mile long historic district so that the resource no longer reflects its historic character nor retains sufficient integrity for continued listing. Using the original classification methodology outlined in the original nomination, site visits by the preparers indicated that the majority of the resource's integrity now falls into the classification categories that reflect a loss of integrity. So in summary, the resource was originally listed in 1987 for its significance with industrialization and transportation. The request for delisting is arguing that the major changes to the site's integrity following the listing in 1987, along with the significant alterations to the 3 contributing resources identified originally, illustrate that the resource no longer retains sufficient integrity to convey its related historic significance. Does the committee have any questions for me before moving on?
I was just curious about the, in the realm of land ownership. You know, I read it this morning and as I did so, I was thinking, well, so there's this whole 36 CFR 800 of section 106 and some of this is government, you know, administered land and,
Stephen, could you say? a little
sorry,
louder?
yeah, there just seem to be, in terms of loss of integrity, there's this new state park, and then obviously there's the U.S. Forest Service land. Where was the 106 part of it? I mean, because that's, well, as a Fed, that's what you're called to do is to stop the rot, or at least say, well, wait a minute here. How are you going to protect this listed property? I don't know if that's something for later or not.
Well, there are people here in this room that would probably be able to speak to that better. Okay. So I might do that. I don't know, Jason, if you want to add anything else from that, but there are pieces to it.
Only that this arises out of a section 106 consultation.
Oh, it does.
It has to do with reuniting a segment of the river with its flood.
Okay.
So that's kind of what the impetus around this was, but I don't think that's quite what the question is.
Yeah, but there was some wording in there about natural resources project.
So Steve, I think often what we can, and I'm not speaking necessarily to specifics here, but often I get what you're asking about is, you know, the 106, you know, are we looking at that 5,000 cuts on this particular resource?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the way our data and databases go together, that would be a massive research question for us to figure out because it's very organized by case or project versus by resource. I can tell you we have had compliance projects over the years come through on this. And so I do believe the agencies have been doing compliance on this, but we can't give you a comprehensive answer without doing some real serious research into the database.
And I'm sure there's some private ownership that adds to the problem. In terms of if it's multiple owners over time.
Do any members of the committee have a conflict of interest with this nomination, delisting? Okay, I hear none.
I don't really have a conflict of interest, but I'm just letting you know that I have worked in the area on a project on the Mount here National Forest in the past and worked with people in the forest in that general area.
Right. Do any members of staff of the committee want further clarification from Jacqueline about her prior work in this area?
Just,
No, the National Register rule says there must be a direct conflict of interest.
Yes, they do. So I don't hear
okay,
one.
but I'm just, making that clear, just in case it comes up.
Let's see, then, Heidi, no, we go next to public comment. Is there a proponent? I think, Eric, are you the proponent on the delisting?
I'm not, no.
Is there a proponent on delisting? And your name, please?
Russell Holter.
Oh, okay, yes.
Russ, we'll invite you up to the chair up here.
Yeah, would you come up, Russell? Thank you. Russell Holter. And will you give your address for the record?
Yeah, I'm Russell Holter. I'm with Cultural Reconnaissance, Cultural Resources Consulting firm from located in Tacoma, Washington, 4010 East F Street.
Thank you. Russell, can you provide more information or additional information for us about the delisting? We have the document, but maybe you have some other insights that would be useful to the committee.
Bonneville Power Administration had put out an RFQ for a look at the resource known as the Sumter Valley Railroad Middle Fork of the John Day Spur. And that RFQ came out of that 106 process through an MOA. And I responded to that request for qualifications and was awarded the contract. In the initial consultation with the Bonneville Power Administration, we had felt that there was some, the way that the original nomination was written, that there was some information in there that was not exactly genuine. But we were also motivated to go out there and do an integrity assessment of the cultural resource to see just what was there and what was not. And I had done a previous integrity assessment of the Oahu Railway and Land Company several years earlier. And so we went out there with the notion that we would be able to find, various aspects of the resource on the landscape and survey them, inventory them, figure out what was there and what was not. I was accompanied by Kelsey Doncaster, who was also a linear cultural resources expert, who was, and we went out there and surveyed almost the entire length. There is one portion that is a private property that we did not get an opportunity to be able to look at. But we went all the way from Bates up to the Camp Creek drainage and up to Pepper Creek, which was the end of the nominated portion of the line. I think it's important to note that when the original writer of the nomination in 1980 put forth the nomination, there was pieces missing from the right of way, even at that point. We knew from our initial research that there was a segment between Austin and Bates that had not been surveyed, inventoried, or included in the nomination. There was also a very large portion of the right of way at the midpoint that had been completely blown out by Grant County Road 20, and which made a big resource gap in the nomination. And then there was another gap in the resource from Pepper Creek into the Camp Creek drainage, which was all on Forest Service land, and that was omitted, as well as a number of the railway logging spurs. And quite frankly, it was baffling to me as a researcher why some of these were left out, because they were actually in better condition and were more easily ratifiably identifiable on the landscape than the main line was.
Does this committee have questions for Russell?
Your comment about the MOA, it switched the light on it in terms of how we got to where we are. So.
Russell, would you clarify for me what Bonneville Power's interest is in this? Does it have a transmission corridor that involves quite a bit of this right of way, or what's the nature of the BPA concern?
I think that would be better answered by Ms. Tamatoa Hara from Bonneville Power Administration.
I have
If you'll give your name and address, please.
Okay, so personal address.
Either or office.
Tamatoa Hara, historian at Bonneville Power Administration. Headquarters office is 905 East 11th Avenue in Portland. So yeah, I think half the people in this room have been touched by this project at this point and have been on site multiple times over the years. Some of us have been shepherding this resource for decades, other of us for a number of years. So Bonneville, as a result of our big MOA of adverse effects to the river, we spend a lot of money on mitigation to improve habitat, try to bring fish back to rivers, try to restore salmon floodplains. So there have been projects through our Fish and Wildlife Department seen as a high priority, like there's a lot of benefit to bring this land back to restore the floodplain. So even before I came there 6-7 years ago, our Fish and Wildlife Department has been doing projects up along this railroad run for a long time to bring fish back. So there's been project after project after project. And when I came along, we actually had an initial, probably 6 years ago, conversation with Ian, and he's like, this is a very significant resource. If you're going to keep having these impacts on it, we need to know, this is MOA with capital M, capital O, capital A, kind of a adverse effect. So rather than keep doing it one small project at a time, we knew we had a couple of big ones that were going to be taking out about a mile or more of this of the grade. So we've had 3 or 4 on-site meetings with concerned citizens, with all the agencies involved. BLM, Forest Service representatives have been our partners the whole time. Ourselves, we've come down from Portland, and the DeWitt Railroad Museum, Sumter came to a couple of the meetings. And so this was the first MOA for a project. And then we have a second MOA in place that was the big capital M mitigation. So a number of those stipulations are being carried out now. Like we're actually re-roofing the DeWitt house this summer. We've partnered with the museum on a couple of things. Forest Service has conducted their survey on the Japanese meadows. They're still doing work out there every summer. We were just out there this past summer. Pete, right here, they were doing another survey up on one of the spurs, finding amazing things. OPB was out there the day we were out there. They were finding some amazing stuff. So the Chinese connection, the potential Japanese connection, this resource has a wealth of information in it. It's just like what we found. Like Russell was saying, when Russell was hired, it was with the intent of this being an amendment to the National Register. We're like, the title of the resource is incorrect. Not a lot of people know about this. I always think, oh, it's Sumter. We're like, actually, this is the Oregon Lumber Company. So really getting the record straight was important for us. And yeah, so that's where we got.
All right, that's really helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll take the other testimony and then we may come back to you.
Okay, yeah.
We have,
Happy to answer
I
questions.
think I have two other people that want to speak, Don Hahn and Eric Gleason. Yeah.
That's right.
Don, are you first?
I guess so.
Okay. If you'll give your address, please, or professional connection.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Han. I'm the retired, that's fine.
Yeah,
I get how retired Forest Service archaeologist on the Malheur National Forest. So I'm not here representing the Malheur National Forest. And I'm here as a private citizen of Grant County. And I'm have been on the board of the Grant County Historical Museum for 25 years. And I'm still involved with the Oregon Chinese Diaspora Project, which I was a founding member of with Chelsea Rose from Southern University a few years ago. And that we work up with stuff. My address, 309 South Humboldt, Canyon City, Oregon, 97820.
Thank you.
You bet. Well, thank you for this opportunity. And as Tama said, when I was still employed, we started working together on this resource. I'm an ex-Fed, right? I have a handout. I have about 10 of them, so I'm not going to. Okay, yeah, I think yeah, I don't know if it's true, right? So basically, it's an outline of what I'm going to say, but I also have a few photos to maybe illustrate it. And I'll try to plow through this pretty quick, but
Yeah, in about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay, so just a little bit of background and involvement. The only reason it's listed is the Grant County Court and the Grant County Historical Society in the late 70s sued the Malheur National Forest under the National Historic Preservation Act for not paying attention to the Pelican Valley Railroad system and letting a big timber sale there that impacted it. And in the settlement for that, the whole thing was surveyed and two sections listed on the National Register. There are some issues, as there is from everything from the 80s, I think, just in hindsight now. Railway is not evaluated for significance under all 4 National Register criteria. The logging spurs and associated work camps were basically arbitrarily excluded from evaluation. And as Russell was saying, there's some incredible stuff in there. And the nomination did not address untold stories in underrepresented communities as now recommended through the National Trust MPS. And there was Japanese American railroad workers involved with the Oregon Lumber Company and the Pelican Valley Railroad. So I guess it's just a question for you guys. Is that something to consider as you look at delisting? So getting to the nuts and bolts of the delisting under the clause that you read. So 36 CFR 60.15A1, the property has ceased to meet the criteria for listing in the National Register because the qualities which caused it to be originally listed have been lost or destroyed. And I'm going to have I guess a difference of opinion from Russell and the BPA team on that, and I'll try to explain that quickly. The listing petition says after the integrity survey that natural forces including decay, flooding, wildfire, along with road improvements significantly impacted the integrity of the historic district, so it no longer reflects the historic character. And this isn't that critical, but I have worked in natural resources in that area a lot. Decay, yes, wooden pieces that were out there were already heavily decayed, have continued to decay. But the flooding is not a big issue on that river system. It's relatively low gradient. Actually, they're trying to remove the grades to try to get flooding to act like it used to do. So I don't think that's a big impact. Wildfire, of course, Forest Service looks at very closely. We have had big wildfires in the area and none reached the river. So I'm not sure those have been a big factor either. again, 30 years there, that none that I recall. And highway construction was mostly done before the listing. There really hasn't been any major work since then. Then pilfering of both large and small objects is identified as an impacting agent. Certainly, there's been some of that because sadly that happens. But one big thing that has changed since '87 is how cattle grazing is approached there. There's less intensive grazing, both on private property and which is mostly now Warm Springs tribal property and the Forest Service lands. So vegetation is a lot thicker and grasses, shrubs, etc. And I think a lot of the stuff is hidden. So to test that for myself, I went out to a 200-foot stretch of it along Camp Creek and with a metal detector, and in that 200 feet had 31 hits. Since I didn't check with my Forest Service colleagues, I did not take my hori to take things up with. So I didn't look at those things, but I'm pretty certain they're associated with the railroad grade. It was easily identifiable there, and I counted in that 200 feet 17 very deteriorated log ties still in situ. There's wood ties in situ. The loss of logical termini was brought up as an issue. I'm just going to quickly point out that the termini are not within the listed sections. So I don't know that that's an issue for this right now. And Townsfield's description of the condition is what I use for the baseline. And I'll quickly read that. After abandonment, the railway began to deteriorate in a predictable fashion. Trestles and bridges built of timber weakened or washed out during spring runoff. Culverts plugged and fills washed out around them. Ballast between the ties washed out. Cuts filled up with rocks and dirt. And fills eroded to a fraction of the original height. Grass in the meadows grew up over the roadbed, and forest trees grew on it. But considering the hazards they've been exposed to, however, much of the roadbed is in remarkably good condition. Almost seemed contradictory, but I'll let that go. That broad description, frankly, is what I see now out there. So then he talks about these categories, and that was, condition categories brought up on the table that was shown up here. And I thought, that was the right, I agree with the way to approach it. If you're looking at a change of integrity condition, look at what it was, what you had originally, and then what you see now. And about 10 miles, 9.83 miles, the railway is determined to be in condition category D. But that's defined by Tonsfeld as those sections of the railway which are completely obscured so that the original route is no longer discernible. In most cases, this means that something else has been built over the route. Construction that obliterates the route includes highway development in Middle Fork and industrial activity at base. And if you look at C, the condition before that, I don't have printed out in front of me, but to paraphrase, there's nothing left of the engineering features. There's not, it's just the route that's discernible. So this category D means that it's truly entirely obliterated, usually by construction or something. And I just don't see that in this area. So I think most of it would probably fall into the categories B or C. And by looking at that, then it's a lot less, again, my opinion, a lot less impact to the integrity over the last since 87. Sorry to rattle through that path. I have all kinds of stuff to back that up if there's questions. Okay, under D. Okay, then I wanted to quickly look at one, and this is where I probably shoot myself in the foot because I'm going to bring up some of the impact things, and these are from restoration, these aquatics restoration projects that have already taken place. And to answer your question there, 106 was done on the National Forest, and I believe on the rest of it too, over time. And we looked at that closely in consultation with SHPO, and we so you want to peek at the photographs if you have it on pages 4 and 5. This is segments up on Camp Creek where we have done restoration work relatively recently in the last few years. And so what we do is we negotiate with the people who want to punch holes in the resource to allow the stream to do its natural thing and try to minimize when that happens. So rather than the engineers first want to take the whole grade out. But if you really start talking to them, there's ways they want the stream to be able to develop multiple channels and move through the area. And there's ways to leave some in place. And then we look for the most, significant portions of the grade and associated features and try to preserve those. So photo 1 is a large dam and log pond that was part of a reload site that for some reason was did not include in the listing as a contributing feature. And then there's also sidings there for loading. It's a pretty major source that was entirely avoided. And then picture 2 is where the grades kind of come together at the bottom of that. And the first part of that was left out, and you can kind of see some logs, brown laying in the ground. That's where it starts to be impacted. Picture 3 is where I walked up on that. And we had a good water year this year, so the hydrology is doing its thing and washing stuff around. So the grade is right, in front of me. I'm standing on the intact face, looking at the part that was breached as part of the project, and actually out where the trees start to show up again in the foreground, that's where the grade is intact again. And then I did find some 14 side cast objects, including the spike there, which are now exposed because of all this stuff washing around. Another location where I observed that, this is so that was in section 2 of the 2 sections that are nominated or listed. Section 1, closer to the Bates area, is on photographs in page 6 and 7. And that work was actually taking place last year in July when we were out there working in the Japanese Meadow area and driving by. And so the grade where the dirt is there, these are last year and this year, top and bottom, the 2 photographs. That grade was all leveled off and removed. And in the first set of photos on page 6, you can see they actually moved the channel away from the road. The thing got all pushed up there. It's from a aquatics point of view, really cool. From a heritage point of view, a little iffy. So, I guess, bottom line, those impacts are there. We went through the section 106 process. There is mitigation involved in that. There was no discussion in that this might lead to delisting. And it was just kind of for some of us, and I'm getting back to my community member now, the folks that care about heritage in the community. We have been working to interpret some of that. We now have Eastern Oregon Visitors Association on board to expand the Journey Through Time Scenic Byway that goes from Baker City and through John Day and includes part of this. And we're looking at doing a branch of that, a side branch that goes down the middle for it and interprets it. We have interpretive sites that are part of the intact pieces of the grade. So on photos on page 8 and 9, and I'm not a great photographer, and this was with my phone a couple days ago, moving quick, but this is a place where Gorge Creek comes in. It's a small gorge on where everything kind of constricts on the river there, and the grade is on the backside there under those rocks, and it was cut into the cliff face. And then there is a stone bridge of stacked stone. That's what the photograph on the bottom of page 8 is. And then on page 9 on top is where the trestle would have passed through on top of those boulders. And then the grade continues behind where I'm taking the picture into the Middle Fork campground. You actually drive over the grade to go into this campground. So it's a perfect place to interpret all this stuff. And so there's a lot of energy going into that. And part of the appeal of having a listed forest, of course, is that sort of national recognition, way to get funding, and et cetera. And then one last one, the photograph on page 12, that's on the left hand, that's one of the small logging spurs. Or excuse me, logging logging spurs, I heard it right. They go up from the main grade. They are fairly substantial. This one I really love. It's a probably Japanese constructed logging spur that goes up through Chinese gold mining tailings. And so the story to tell there is just amazing. And then one tie in Cito for that. It's for what it's worth. Additional. Let me see. I think, because I know I'm over my 5, I can stop there for now, but I can talk about it for hours. Anyway, thank you very much. And if there's any questions of that thing we do, or do I step away now?
Questions for Don? Well, and thank you for taking those pictures and all,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
useful to us.
Okay,
I'm gathering from what you presented, you are not in favor of delisting.
thank you. I forgot to mention that part. Oh, and I also forgot to mention, I'm sort of representing some groups. We didn't make it formal, but the Grant County Chamber of Commerce, which is involved in our communications about bringing tourism on board, the Grant County Historical, Museum, the Grant County Historical Association, the DeWitt Museum, etc. We didn't formalize it, mainly because I started talking to them last week. But we could meet with boards and send letters if that's a useful thing. But I think the main point is there's a group of people involved in heritage in Grant County that find this very important to their history, and we would prefer it not be delisted.
Do you concur that this is really the Oregon Lumber Company a roadbed rather than the Sumter Valley Railroad?
I do, but I would note that in the original listing, Townsville does say that the common name is the Oregon Lumber Company Railroad, so he has it right there. And he justifies his decision to name it the way he did inside the text. And it is an awkward text to read, but it is in there. And his rationale was based on kind of the engineering features. It was made bigger than most of the other spurs. And some newspaper accounts at the time about the desire to have that being, I'm forgetting the term, but the general, a common carrier for all purposes, not just a logging carrier. Excuse me? Yeah, and then, and that was wonderful information you pulled up that actually had a name that hadn't been recognized before, as they were putting that together. And so he didn't, Townsville missed the name, that name, but so just decided it was part of the Sumter Valley Railroad. And then it is also, it's the same cast of fascinating characters that owned both things. The Sumter Valley Railroad probably wouldn't have been constructed without the Oregon Lumber Company timber that was both owned by David Eccles and these other folks. And then, I'm sorry. I know why not. But anyway, so I think it's more complex than just saying the name was wrong.
But again, Eccles, I didn't realize that Eccles was also a principal in the Oregon Lumber Company.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And so he actually owned that and was probably illegally sucking up that getting permission on that timberland before the Sumter Valley Railroad was formed and constructed.
Okay.
And then conversely, of course, you couldn't have the Oregon Lumber Company Railroad without the Sumter Valley Railroad tie-in.
Questions for Don? Thank you, Don.
You bet. Thank
Eric?
you.
Eric Gleason, and if you will give your address for the record, please.
I am Eric Gleason, 704 K Street, Dallas, Oregon. I guess I'm here in opposition as well. I've done, a limited amount of work out in the area and looked at the grade a little bit, but in no means near as much as Don has or any of the proponents. It just seems to me that this is more of an opportunity to expand and amend the National Register listing than to delist. Because what everybody's research has shown is that this segment of the railroad is like a very vastly important segment of the railroad. It allowed the Oregon Lumber Company and thus the Sumter Valley Railroad to really access 40 years worth of lumber, which supported these communities in the area. It supported numerous mills all along the length of the railroad. So it just can't be underestimated how important this segment of the railroad was to the community and to the development of the area. And it seems like what was missed originally was also the connections up into the timber from this railroad grade and the lumber camps and all of the stuff that fed into this grade. So it seems like it should be more seen as an opportunity to amend and expand the National Register nomination rather than to delist the property. I guess that's all I have to say.
All right. All right, our committee commentator is Heidi. Are we ready, Heidi?
Yes, so I started with a lot of questions that have been kind of somewhat addressed here already, is what was, one, who is even advocating for the delisting? When we list properties, it's the property owner who's doing this, so getting that information off the top from Russell was important. He was hired by the BLM because there are so many different property holders in this listing. And seeing that was clear. The intent of the delisting, rather than just, obviously the nomination, it's not even a nomination. What do you call this? Listing application?
It's called an amendment.
An amendment. Is requesting, a lot of corrections to the listing, but then with the intent to delist, as opposed to just saying there are a lot of corrections and a lot of modifications. One of the biggest things that struck me was this was a listed resource, but yet it didn't look like there were any, and I know the National Register nomination doesn't protect resources. Doesn't put a bubble around them in that sense of protection, but is there any research and any documentation on any of these resources being protected or talked about or brought up before parks were made and new parking lots were made? And it's like, there are all these illustrations of all these resources that were just destroyed over the years. It's like, why? What was happening out here that nobody was even looking at these things? Was there's no review body looking at this? Obviously, when you have a building and something's happening to it, it goes to SHPO and you get an application and it gets reviewed. So if indeed it was the roadway that was destroying these things, did ODOT not have to apply?
I can answer that
Okay.
question. So when you have a large linear resource like this, each agency is going to bring forward its project for whatever it is that impacts this segment, and you look at it to a certain extent in isolation within that. So it's like, does this affect the overall integrity? Is it an adverse effect? When you have cumulative effects on a resource, I always say, especially if you have multiple property owners, someone's going to get left holding the bag at some point. Someone's going to make that final change that ends up being an adverse effect. Tam alluded to it, but this property agencies have been picking up adverse effects. Parks have picked up a couple adverse effects on this and mitigated for it. I can't speak to Forest Service or some of the other agencies. I'd have to get back on the database, and which I don't have access to. Well, I do have access to, it's just slower than snot on this connection. So we'd be waiting a while. But yeah, you do have erosions of resources over time. I mean, the nomination doesn't go into every single case. And we wouldn't ask it to. It's saying, as it exists now, this is what it is that we're making an argument. But to your question, the compliance process only asks that agencies consider their impact on cultural resources and not that they avoid an adverse impact. So this resource has taken some reiterative hits over time. But the way our database tracks, we would have to do some pretty deep research to track all of that. I mean, I would encourage the committee, while I think it's useful to talk about it, to kind of focus on, what is its character right now? And does it have enough of its character defining features to remain listed, or does it not? So, but that's, you asked the big question, how does this happen? Well, that's part of it. Plus, I think the nomination does make an argument of just the elements doing what the elements do to historic resources over time.
Thank you for that. It triggers my thought of demolition by neglect. It's like, well, it's not necessarily the best solution or the best, legitimate reasons. So as far as what was presented in this amendment, I felt like it was really well documented and sourced. So I didn't have questions on that sense. Mine were more that bigger picture of, why is this coming to us? What is the purpose of delisting it, as opposed to just modifying the nomination and putting in all the corrections and even giving an update of the conditions, it still seems to me that it does hold its overall integrity as far as what the intent of the original nomination was trying to get at. I understand there are holes in it. Maybe if we were reviewing the original one, maybe we wouldn't say it's worthy, right? It didn't have enough merit to it, but that's not the case, not what we're reviewing here. So. Yeah, that answers a lot of my questions.
Commissioner Slayback, can I comment to that last point?
If you would like to come back over here. Thank you.
So the fact of the matter remains that this resource has died the death of about 1,000 cuts. And some of the those cuts occurred prior to 1987. However, in our investigation, we've also found that there were other culprits, and we interviewed the park ranger who has since retired, and he admitted that over the course of his tenure there, that he had moved over several tons of steel and iron from the resource and removed it from the park. And we're thinking, well, this is cultural material, which was rather awkward conversation. But the other thing that I wanted to point out is that, you know, I was tasked to look at just those character features that had been in the 1987 nomination. So I could not go out and look at the logging camps. I couldn't go out and look at the logging reloads. I couldn't go out and look at the logging spurs. And I will agree that to Don's point, there is an incredible amount of integrity there. There is some wonderful associations to broad patterns of our history, but it wasn't called out the way it could have been. Those pieces of that are in the nomination, other than the right of way, and the right of way probably in 1987 was probably 60% there, 40% gaps. It's now that number is flip flop. It's more like 40% intact and 60% loss of integrity. The other character defining features are all gone. The Davis Creek Bridge has been replaced by a rolled steel culvert. The Big Boulder water tank is at Sumter Valley, which is 40 miles away. The horse corrals, there was no context for them. And in speaking with some of the folks who grew up in Bates, we were told that there was no association between the Oregon Lumber Company Railway and the corrals. And when we found the location of the corrals, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're right off of the Forest Service road, and it looked like they were used for equestrian recreational purposes and not had any association whatsoever with the Oregon Lumber Company. So I hope that would help clarify in your mind just exactly what my purpose was in going out there and doing the assessment as after the 1987 nomination.
Thank you.
May I speak this?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We want to be well informed.
Yes, you mentioned really great questions, so I just wanted to answer a little bit of the question of intent. The intent definitely was not to delist, it was to amend, and we chose Russell because we knew he was a railroad and linear resource expert, so we knew how difficult the task was because we had been on site and not able to locate it as well. We know where the Forest Service works, it's much more intact, but where we're working with the tribes, which is where our involvement is for restoration further down, more towards Bates. And which is where most of the big projects we just had, and they've been completed, a number of them, and fish are actually coming back into the river there, like we were on site for the summer for the site visit. We actually saw the tribe down there pulling fish out and moving them into the new alignment. So it was pretty exciting. So intent was certainly not this. It was only the research that led us to this point when we were bringing the numbers to SHPO, when we were having the meetings there, like these numbers. The proof you're trying to prove an amendment would be like basically a whole new nomination. So one of the stipulations in the MOA, because we know the archaeological importance that's out there on the spurs. One of the stipulations is to partner with Forest Service and do an MPD of the actual spurs. And make it more of an archaeological resource. The problem with this one was it came forward as a built nomination and not an archaeological nomination, which is where we seem to be finding, like, as a built resource, we don't feel like there's that much more for it to tell us. And so to keep having multiple adverse effects every time there's a fish project, that's kind of the motivation to see what was here, what's important. And we're hoping the MPD of spurs would focus where we think the significance is now.
Julie?
So that was what I was thinking, could this be an archaeological resource instead? A built environment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the MPD, that became pretty clear that archaeology is where it's at out here. And we had a statement of work written up for a consultant to do that. And it had started out as like a built archaeology partnership that we planned on doing it, but it could be just archaeology focused. It hasn't been completely, it hasn't gone out to bid yet or anything, but it is part of one of the stipulations.
One thing, just to, even a built focused resource, through an amendment, could still have contributing and non-contributing segments. That's makes it incredibly flexible. And I think both purposes could, that's the hope, that both purposes could be served. You can still have a heritage resource and fish.
Yeah, when it came down to that, I think that's more of a National Register question, because we talked about that. We talked about boundaries. Could we make it just the part where it's very intact? Can we redraw lines? Can we do these things? And it just became kind of messy, I guess.
Bring the feeder lines in. I mean, of course, that's easiest on public land.
That's one of the reasons why I brought up the point of logical termini, because for a railroad, it has to have a place to start and conclude.
Yeah.
And at this particular location, Fate State Park has completely consumed the site where the rail operations began. And a lot of the grade has been removed in those areas beyond Pepper Creek. So if we were to look at this like any other historic district, it would have very definable geographic boundaries that you could provide a definition for. With the Oregon Lumber Company, that those points, those logical termini, is very fuzzy, and have been in some cases completely obliterated from the landscape.
Yeah,
I think Jackie had her hand up first.
I guess one of my questions is, so what impacts has the stream restoration made on?
It's gone. Where we've had our big projects and
So,
yeah, there's
so
The grade is
it's
gone.
it's pretty
Yeah.
much,
like we've taken out a mile in one spot and then maybe another mile in another spot, but we knew when we started the consultation, we let everyone know what the planned projects were coming up. And we were like, these are big projects taking out big chunks. So we want to think big with everyone here, like what our community needs, what is if we keep losing integrity to this resource, how do we commemorate it? I feel like there's been more attention now on this railroad than there probably has been in a while, and they're right along the road where these impacts are, like you drive by and you see it. So they were big. Yeah, they're big impacts.
so it has already impacted it, and then additional projects that you have. are
There's
gonna-
a dozen more planned for the next 5 to 10 years. At least we told them when we went to this first consultation, we were like, tell us everything planned in the next 10 years.
Mhm.
They came to us with 5 or 6, and 3 years later, they had 10 more, and we were like, we told you. We had to get all of them, but they're gonna keep coming with more. And that's the fish side of the house, so they don't understand what we're doing or why we're doing it, and they don't realize that every time they do that, it triggers 106 and this MOA consultation process, so they will keep bringing them forward because they're seeing benefits to the landscape, so they're gonna keep nickel and diming it.
It's Chrissy's fault. I mean, she keeps saying it's an adverse effect, so.
So I'd like to throw out a couple things to think about. I mean, this is a highly engineered railroad grade, so it's not just it was never just putting ties and rails on dirt. It's grading, it's preparation, it's putting in ballast or different grades of rock, and then putting the ties and the rails of the icing by the time it gets on. And so I think, so knowing that it's an engineered resource, an engineered built resource with intention, and talks about how it was built because of the thought that it was going to be more than it ended up being. It was built to that larger mainline standard. The question becomes, do we have segments that convey the integrity? And I would, you've seen a couple of examples, and I'll give you two. You've seen the Oregon Trail and PD, which talked quite a bit about how much segment do you need to make sense in that NPD. The other one you've seen recently would be the canals, and had the same discussion. How much segment do you need? And in both of those cases, both resources had cast off materials. So you've seen those before, and I discussed that. They also had, features along, that were related to them. So I would say, as you have this discussion, you have a couple of different models. Now, of course, a railroad is different than those other two things I just mentioned, but they are linear. And so, the question of is like how, if we started with a certain amount of integrity when it was listed, and then coming back, do we have the segments or enough of them in enough places? Because this is also listed again as an entire resource, versus the other two, we were doing segments and we had justification for it. So that's a little bit of a difference here. It's like, okay, we had this whole piece. Have we knocked enough holes in it now that it still makes sense, that it no longer makes sense, or does it make sense? So just, throwing out some different factors here of resources you've already seen.
Okay, I think committee, we need to sort of mull this over and dwell on it. So Jacqueline, are you ready to give us your observations?
And I kind of had the same kind of thought that Don Hand brought up in the different criteria for integrity along the trail that Tonsfeld had, and he had written in the 87 report had said, or nomination had said, that condition C kind of described the route is visible and that the choice of route is significant because it reflected the engineering aspect of how they located the route. And it seems like in that table where they're comparing how much the different those different integrity issues, that we can't compare them straight across because they're not delineated as which ones are C and D. And so that was a little bit troubling, and I would kind of argue that there's still sections that could still convey that condition C, the choice of the route. And also the fact that if something is obscured by vegetation doesn't mean it's not still there in terms of both, metal or side cast material or the route itself. I've done a lot of archaeological survey and revisited sites that I've seen at one time completely exposed, and other times I only find one item, and so I understand that whole process. And, and I would it does kind of seem like from the information that we've gotten, and it does also seem like it could be an amendment and a way to expand this nomination. And that, I don't know whether that really works, but then if the district is expanded to a larger scale to include those
Spurs.
the spurs and possibly other archaeological remains if we identify them, then possibly just having certain sections that have now already been lost be part of the non-contributing part of the district. I don't know how that works, but just a thought to think about. But it seems like that whole system and its connections was a very significant part of that local and regional development. And I'm a little uncomfortable about just delisting something in the hopes that another nomination comes forward, because in that interim, are we losing some kind of protection or oversight during that time period?
I hear you. Stephen?
I'm kind of in line with Jackie's thinking, and whatever motion we make to have it include an amendment rather than delisting, and in the amendment have call out contributing, non-contributing, with some view to expansion of the district where it's merited.
Staff to amend and request an expanded district with new dimensions such as archaeological site assessment, so on. That really goes beyond the authority of the committee, does it not?
So you have the ability to say yes, no, or come back with more information. Under your newly adopted rule, if you change the boundary, it automatically puts it back to you because we have to renotice. So if there's any boundary change in what we have here, expansion or contraction, that requires it to come back. So that's administrative on our part. And we would always advise you if you're asking for major changes to a nomination that in the past you've tabled and asked it to come back. Now it's up to the proponent whether they want to do that or not, to take it back or stop process or wait or something like that.
And the proponent is Monaco Power. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Julie?
Well, this is a difficult situation. Just looking at it from a built environment, yeah, you've lost some pieces. And probably a lot of them are still hidden. Could it be an archaeological site? Maybe there's too much already known about it, but that would work. I mean, there were errors made in the initial nomination is what I'm reading. And so does that, which is unfortunate because it's a respected cultural resource person. So I'm just struggling really with whether or not those mistakes are, I don't know what to say right now. May I?
Yes, Chrissy.
I would, it seems like this is a complicated scenario, but I would remind the committee to respond to the proposal at hand, which is arguing that the spur has lost integrity. So there's lots of reasons why you can delist something, but they didn't check the box that said information was wrong at the time.
Well, there wasn't that in there.
I thought there was.
It is in there, but that's not the primary reason there. So,
The primary reason
So just
was
remove
loss of
that part?
integrity. That's what they are moving forward. Which means you either have to agree or disagree on that.
But. So, okay. I think I get this.
I've wrestled with this one with some difficulty. I don't think this is at all easy. I've thought about other linear resources I've dealt with. For example, I mentioned earlier today the Barlow Road across the Mount Hood National Forest. It's like a big dish of spaghetti and someone has taken a knife and run right through it. That's US Forest Service access roads, Highway 26, old and new. It's been sliced and diced the whole length of the historic route. But as soon as you get across the road, by golly, the ruts are there on the other side and you can pick it up again. There's a modern interruption, but there's still the sense of the overland travel route right there on the floor of the forest that you can pick up and continue walking in. In this case, it appears, and I've not actually walked this route or stepped in it, that there's been a pretty significant loss of integrity by re-establishing the channels of the streams in order to enhance the fish habitat. And my observation is couple-fold. Thomas Jefferson said the earth is for the living. And in this instance, the living are modern tribes and fish. How many other railroad grades are there in this state that are in better condition? Is there that much more information to be learned by a National Register nomination, sustaining the National Register nomination of a significantly compromised right-of-way? Those are the issues with which I'm struggling at the present moment. Stephen?
If I was shooting baskets, I put one over where railroad grades for an MPV.
I have a question for staff. When I've reviewed local listings of buildings that were requested to be delisted, we have approved them with conditions being, here's a way to mitigate this, put a plaque up, put some sort of documentation on the history of this, and dedicate a 10 by 10 easement or whatever. Is that something at the state level we're able to suggest as a condition or note as a condition if the committee decides to allow the delisting of this?
You don't have the same regulatory authority on this as this body. You get to agree or disagree or table it on that. I would point out that as Tamara talked about, this little piece you're seeing here is part of a much larger mitigation package that they are doing for basically expected cumulative adverse effects. So they are doing a lot of stuff that Tamara described, but to express the point, no, this committee is either up, down, or table.
And it's a recommendation.
It's a recommendation,
Right,
yeah, to proceed, of course. Thank you, Robert.
So this is not easy, but Heidi, do you have a motion for the committee to consider in light of the insight, the documents, the excellent input from our guests today?
Staying focused on the task at hand, the question at hand is, does this resource still hold its integrity as far as being a National Register listed linear
Property.
thank you. I would agree that it does not. And I wish we could just say it needs to be amended. I understand I need to give it an up, down, or a table. The way to give it a amendment is to table it and request that they come back with an amendment instead of a delisting.
We could do that.
Right, I don't have a motion yet.
Does any other member of the committee have a motion for us to consider?
You're getting there, and but it's 4:45, and I was thinking about articulation, you know, your rhythms are down, so. But you're getting there, and I think that's the way out. That's fine.
You can help make a motion.
All right, good.
It doesn't have to be me.
They move that. That was tabled. Ending. Resubmitted package. With amendment possibilities. Well, you know where I work.
He preferenced it by saying it's 4:45 and he's been sitting here a long time. He doesn't know how to talk anymore.
You move to table and seek amendments to the document that's before us, or the delisting document.
And the amendments are focused on delisting still, or are they amending?
What are the amendments?
Are they amending something different?
So that goes back to doing stuff in the National Register. versus the committee.
So within the parameters of the document, you may consider asking the proponent to amend it without a delisting, to simply update the documentation and reflect the current integrity. You may choose that, which I think is what I hear you're trying to get us.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. I have chosen that.
So,
you gotta say it though, because I'm not a voting member.
so the motion is
The table
to table
and resubmit,
with amendments that's update,
update the current, or the listed nomination.
then update the current nomination that is listed. Is there a second to Steve's motion?
I'll second it.
Jacqueline seconds. Is there further discussion by the committee or staff?
I don't know if that motion is worded clear enough. For the applicant or even staff.
I still don't understand how the amendments would work. I mean, what are we working for?
Well, this application is an amendment. So we're asking them to take this application and instead of requesting delisting, to update it with current conditions of the historic resources and integrity.
It can still be
I thought that's what they had done.
They're asking to delist it.
Based off of the updated conditions.
Yes.
What they saw. So if the amendments there, it would need to be more than just updated conditions, because that's what they, unless there's something specific in what they presented, you don't think they fully did, or they need to revise or.
Staff, under this amendment, that tables, which assumes then that there's some time going to pass, would there be the opportunity for some additional exploration of the spur lines or archaeological testing of related sites that could inform then the revised nomination, revised and corrected and amended nomination?
So here we get into National Register Art and Science. So a expanded boundary of the district is technically a new listing. So that it comes in on a similar form of what you're seeing here as an amendment. Or at that point, we'd probably wash and go to a new nomination form. Because as soon as you expand, it's additional property, it gets its own number, it's its own process and everything else. So
Your areas of significance have changed.
It becomes a boundary in things.
Yep.
Robert, I think you captured the motion that's before us. Can you read it to us?
So if I'm understanding it correctly, the motion right now is. You're essentially saying, no, you do not believe it should be, it should not be moving towards delisting, because you still feel that it has enough integrity to not delist. And so instead, you're saying you believe an amendment should happen that looks at different possibilities of significance, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, part of the problem when I throw that out there is I haven't walked the ground. So I'm projecting stuff that I know from the Planet Basin, which has similar resources.
So that you could ask for better documentation in what they put together, so that even if you are not able to walk it, you have a better perspective of integrity or conditions. That could be part of the table. If you feel the documentation and what was presented is not complete enough to make the evaluation of what they're asking.
Yeah.
Just let you know that we do. One of the very first mitigations was to do a drone flyover actually prior to destruction from the project. So there's a video of the entire thing that we did with the drone. That was stipulation one. So that happened right when COVID hit. A bunch of projects were supposed to move forward that got delayed because of COVID. So we were able to get the drone out right away and have it fly the entire thing, because we thought that would be something that would go into a museum exhibit. That's another mitigation, is to do it some type of small movie that gets played at DeWitt, and we thought that drone footage could be really cool, especially since we're about to go take out a bunch of chunks. So it doesn't look like it does in the drone footage, but you act since people can't walk the whole area anyway, a lot of it's private and difficult to access.
So in a sense, you have already started the process of further documentation of the current status of the resource that mitigates the removal of parts of the grade.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's, at Camp Creek, the spot Dawn showed where there's an accessible site that is, I think, the chosen site for some interpretive panels that we're partnering with Plum Springs on. It's gonna go right there as well.
One of the things I noticed about the maps, which may help the committee, because I hear all of you kind of wavering on the integrity issue, is maps with a larger scale that show more clearly the breaks. And there's and I don't think it's a bad way to approach, but given that the committee's really struggling with this, I'm kind of throwing this out here. And I don't know if this information exists, but they have the letter grades A through F or whatnot versus the way this puts it together. It's like A through C, I think is contributing, and then not. It may be helpful if the lines were a little closer in scale, and when they're graded out, you might be able to make that finer distinction. Now, whether that information exists, I don't know. And I don't know that we would need to produce it, but if you want to go ahead and set this aside for more information, I would encourage you to provide the guidance to proponents of exactly what they're looking for. So they just don't throw information at you, hoping that's what you need. So if I'm hearing you correctly and you're struggling on this integrity question, and you want to table, I would encourage you to tell them, what do they need to bring for you to be able to make that decision, so that when they do come back, okay, we've got what we need.
I just feel like there's a compelling argument for integrity loss, so I don't know. There are tons of maps here.
I mean, I can tell you for MPS's process, amendments go straight to the reviewer. So it will be, no matter your decision here, you'll make a recommendation, Christy makes her recommendation. Park Service is going to look at this very, very closely. That is their process for something like this. So, and if they, and Paul, our reviewer, he has no problem telling us no. He does it many times. So, yeah, Paul Lusiggins, he's our reviewer in DC. So if he doesn't think we've got the right call, no matter how we go, he will let us know. It's not a rubber stamp, so that, give you some thought there. I mean, it doesn't take any pressure off the decision right now, but it's not just going to go flying into the Park Service and get a stamp.
I have another question.
Jacqueline?
So if we don't delist, is how's that gonna change that whole process, of what the BPA is doing?
It would be up to them following the meeting. Whatever decision you make, they will have a choice to make whether they want to resubmit.
I'm sorry, Ian, if we do not do this, what will BPA
Yeah,
do?
Well,
what is?
Following this, so whatever your decision is, they, let's say you table it, they can choose to, they can withdraw it under the rule anytime. So if you choose to table or yes or no, then they'll make a decision on what they would like to do next. But I can't speak for BPA, so.
Okay.
And it sounds like they're already doing what they need to do for the fish and the wildlife. Regardless of this being listed or not.
Okay, we have a motion and second. Will you read it again for us, please?
Well, so I think, is that how do you have better clarity on what that is, and would you like to try again?
Well, the motion is not to delist, but to table in the some clarification.
So to table, not to do the list, but to table the proposal to
receive more information about integrity.
receive more information. That's fine. That's nice, open-ended. I'm not sure. It's very helpful, but all right. Are we ready to vote on that motion, committee? All right, Heidi,
No.
Jacqueline,
I have another motion on this.
I'm not sure I don't know.
we have a
No.
indecision.
Okay,
Stephen?
I'm a yes.
Yes and no. So we have not tabled. Now, where are we? We've got to consider another motion.
Given the integrity, I think this application has a lot of information proving that there is a lack of integrity. So that was not a concern of mine. I would make a motion to approve the amended application to delist this
I second.
this area.
So we have a motion and second to delist. Further discussion.
Seems like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but if we delist now, that's just fine.
Are we ready to vote? All right. Julie,
Yes.
to delist. All right, Stephen?
No.
Jacqueline?
No,
Heidi?
Yes.
Beckham, yes.
That's 3 to 2.
That's 3-2.
So
3-2. Not easily arrived at.
That's
At all.
vote in 4.5. since I've been
Yeah.
on.
The applicant has heard all of our concerns and all of the things that we would like to have been done that we can't tell you to do.
This is one of those unfortunate circumstances where there was not a watchdog. Bird dogging this nomination and what has happened to the resource. Which is one of the reasons why the Historic Preservation League or Restore Oregon, has these easement responsibilities where they're supposed to monitor the condition of a nomination over time.
It's a tragedy of the common.
Now,
Well, I will say again, if we get any comments from the National Park Service, we will bring those back to you one way or the other. Sometimes they do what's called a supplementary listing record, which is just their notes.
Yeah.
Chrissy can even request, since we know it's gonna go for subsidy review anyway, we can Can't demand, but we can request any comments or notes they have on that.
I know that.
Chrissy can
Oh,
say.
Don?
Yeah, and I'm not really discuss the book, that's fine, so I did want to say something about, it has been watched closely. On at least the Forest Service thing, every project went through
Okay.
careful review, we worked with folks, and we preserved the key pieces. And maybe didn't get that expressed well, but it's not really just entirely clear. On the private land, it's a little bit different, but sorry. Just wanted to defend my old agency.
I understand.
And I'll also just add to, if it is to be delisted, it doesn't mean it can't be relisted for any of the other reasons we talked about. So if they wanted to pursue an archaeology and there was significant integrity
To the new boundary.
with the new boundary, that could happen. Just throwing that out.
I can think of other logging railroad rights of ways, particularly in Western Oregon, that have a 40, 50-year haul record. You know, with long-term economic impact, where they're taking out of timber of an entire watershed, and then second growth, and now even some third growth. In other words, the transportation corridor has much greater economic and perhaps historical significance. Although I understand that it can be significant to the local area, but I think there are degrees of significance on things like rights of way, railroad grades. Anyway. Oh, I think we're through for the day, right?
Thank you. And
Oh, my name is Pete Cadena. I'm the Heritage Program Manager for the Mount Here National Forest.
Oh,
And I hear what you're saying, and I just couldn't not say something. We're looking at a difference in environments. Our trees just would not grow, and the speed of the trees on the west side would grow. So when we talk about the history and the amount of wood that's coming out of this forest, it was substantially and it was significant to this area and this community. And it's taken us years, and we're still trying to regrow some of those trees at this point. So it's really not about how long that corridor was used over time. It was really about the significance and the amount of wood and how it meant to this community at that period. So I just felt like, as a program manager for the Mount Here, I could not let it go. I said that. To me, that's not a good enough argument that there's a better example on the west side than on the east side. And then the other part is, as you'll notice in your packet, we had a letter of support for the BPA, and this was a very hard decision for our agency. And with sideboards that we communicated with the BPA. But as the heritage specialists on the forest that have looked at this for the last year, you know, many of the questions that you brought up, we also had the same ones. And it is something that has taken us over a year from our department to even just to say, we can agree with sideboards. And so some of the things that you've mentioned, we had talked with Tam about, but it's very hard, and it's a very personal and emotional decision that both me as the program manager and the district archaeologist that was on the forest where this railroad goes through. So I just want to make that public because it's really hard for us because we know the resource very intimately, and nothing against the people that have done the paperwork, but you have people that have, like, they live here, they walk that railroad grade, they know it like the back of their hand. And so for them, when they see things like there's loss of integrity or something, they may not feel that way because they know it like their backyard. And so that's the part that's really hard. And it's been hard for us. And I saved my comments to the end because as an agency, we're standing behind what our agency officials have agreed, but it wasn't an easy decision for anyone. So I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate it.
So why did you decide to associate with this?
Well, we're a multiple use agency, so we have to look at the greater good and what's important and our partnerships. So that's one big piece. And then the other part is how Tama mentioned, we're planning on doing a historic context statement. We're going to try to reevaluate those pieces again, and that there's the potential to renominate. And that's hard because we know that the nomination process is difficult. And if you look at our forest, we don't have a lot of nominations because we're 100% dealing with section 106. So it was a big piece, but as an agency, you know, we look at our partnerships with our federal partners, with our tribal partners. And so we felt like while the delisting wasn't exactly what we wanted to see happen, there was a nice, maybe potentially way to get to see these other pieces that Don has mentioned and other people, but again, this is the process, right? You know, it'd be so easy just to say we can expand it and it made sense, but apparently that's not the case, that there's rules and stuff, so. Dang rules.
I'd like to say that I'm really grateful actually that this meeting was in Burns and that the people who live here could be here. Because this has been going on for years. We know how significant this resources to the communities that live there, especially to the Forest Service who lives in their backyard. Russell, and when he got out there, it was never a question of significance. The significance is on the chart that he's presented on the railroad. These people are books because of what he's uncovered out here. For me, the bright spot of this is that it shined a light on the history of this area, and it's getting so much more attention than it has since 1986 when it was first listed. And I don't think that's gonna stop. Like, we plan on relisting, partnering them for the berms, for the spurs, where we think there's a lot of potential. It just seemed like the grade itself, not that it was slowing things down, but by focusing on that, we're missing all of these pieces that are contributing to it, but we know how important the areas are and what potential they still have to give us. We just want to, you know, thank their partnerships. We're not out on the ground like you guys are every day with these resources and with the communities, but you know, we plan on partnering and being out here for decades and more. We're going to keep doing projects and we're going to keep protecting the resources.
Adjourned.
Yes.